Good morning, Douglas County. My name is Kelly Robinson, and I am the Commissioner of the 2nd District of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Good morning for real. We all just woke up this morning, so I'm sure you guys are in your bedrooms, or you're in your houses, you're in your lounge areas, you're eating your breakfast. And at the same point, we're here at the Boundary Waters Activity Center. We've got a classroom that's been set up. We have breakfast here as well. And we've got a very good program we've got designed for you today. As you guys know, this is my 8th annual. And it was never about mine. It was about you. It was about the home. That's the hearth of a community. The school board is so important. More than commission, more than city council, it's always about the home. And that is so important. So every now and then we thought it was important that, well, what about the things that are going on in people's houses, in their subdivisions, in their communities? You know, what's really going on there? It's great to talk about government. It's great to talk about roads and activity centers and aquatic centers and senior centers, but what about what's going on in your actual natural neighborhood? And so we designed this program to be educational because for the first time we did this program, we realized that HOAs was a problem here in Douglas County, a real problem. And some of the topics came up with obviously policing, things came up with what is the education around covenants, you know, how do we now become commissioners or city councilmen of our own neighborhoods? What are those rules? What happens then when you have disputes? What happens when your grass is too high? What happens when rules are being imposed and you don't know where the money went, the financials? And so we designed this program to get into the education of how to conduct yourselves. Obviously, we've got a very good program that's about to be put on. I've got 4 great speakers that's going to be coming. We've got Senator Donzella James from the 35th District. She's going to come and talk about what we're going to call HOA legislation at the state level, reform. Remember, HOAs are what we'll call state products. They're state agencies. It's a state construct. And so she's going to talk about how that thing is being addressed up at the state level. After that, we've got an Allison Duncan is going to come. She's going to speak about some assortment things about Airbnbs, rentals. We got Russell DeSone is going to talk about code enforcement. We got Lieutenant Colonel Pounds from the Sheriff's Office going to talk about just in general community policing. So we think by the time we get done, that's the first half of the day. In the second half, I got one of my colleagues, Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr., that's going to come and really get into the meat of specific questions. We will be fielding questions from you all online, so please get ready with your chat. We've got somebody who's going to be monitoring it. Again, this is designed for you. Last year, we had over 1,000 people that actually participated through our online, so we know you guys are plugged in and tuned in watching this. So with no further ado, we're just going to go right ahead and get started. Looks like our first guest is going to be Allison Duncan. She's our manager. Let's go ahead. Allison's our manager of planning and zoning extraordinaire, and she's going to, Allison, just do you. Tee us up for Airbnbs and share, get right into that topic, please.
Sure thing.
All right.
Get my slides set up here. Thanks, everyone. Let me just use the microphone.
You good?
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. We're waiting just a minute to get the presentation pulled up here. Thank you, Sierra. All right. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you. Thank you to Commissioner Robinson. I'm always grateful for the opportunity to be a part of the HOA Bootcamp and share some information with y'all. And then hear also what's going on in the community, right? This is a great opportunity for myself and my colleague Russell to kind of hear what concerns are top of mind. As the Commissioner said, I'm going to talk about a number of projects that we have going on in relation to housing. So short-term rental tracking specifically, I know we spoke about that at the last boot camp and want to make sure that we kind of bring you up to speed on where we are with that. I'm going to share some information that we've been presenting to our residential subcommittee, just in case you missed it. All of those meetings are online, so you can go back and take a look at it. But we've been providing some insight into what we've been doing in regard to housing here in Douglas County. And then I'm going to share just a little bit about opportunities we've identified from the comprehensive plan update. So we'll jump right in with short-term rentals. We work with a third party called Granicus. Granicus is one of those platforms that tracks short-term rentals in your community. So these are basically properties that are advertising on Airbnb, VRBO, HomeAway, all of those different platforms. This became a priority of the commissioners in 2021 because I think they were getting a lot of questions and concerns, from our citizens about, people using their homes in their neighborhoods for short-term rentals. So just to quick distinguish, a short-term rental is anything where you're offering lodging for under 30 days, right? Something that functions more like a hotel. You can stay for a night, a week, you can stay longer, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit more. But short-term rentals, the laws are pretty clear that we can regulate those the same way we regulate lodging, okay? And I distinguish that from a long-term rental, which is 30 days or more, right? So if somebody's renting their house on a month-to-month basis, that tends to fall more in line with all of the fair housing regulations. So I want to make it clear that what I'm going to share with you here today is just short-term rentals, right? Just those folks who are using their properties very similar to you would if you were renting a hotel or similar type of lodging. So the picture that you see here on the screen, this is basically what our map looks like, right? If you were to go in and open it up today, this is kind of the high-level data that we get. And I'm going to drill a little bit more into the details. We initiated this contract with Granicus in March of 2022. Setup was completed by June of 2022. So what I'm showing you is probably, about 12 to 18 months worth of data that we've been working on this. So far, 250 short-term rental units have been identified in Douglas County and its cities, right? And so that key thing about its cities, that's important to understand because our jurisdiction does not include the cities in Douglas County. So we have the city of Douglasville, we have the city of Austell, and we have the city of Villa Rica. So any properties that are being advertised within those cities, we don't have jurisdiction over that. What I'm going to focus on is about 100 to 115 properties that we've been working on here in unincorporated Douglas County. So of that, we've identified a number of hotels, some apartments, and long-term rentals that advertise on this platform. That's what I kind of tried to share previously, right? You can be advertising for longer than a 30-day stay, and you can do that on one of these Airbnb, VRBO, those platforms. So that doesn't fall under the purview of our regulations on short-term rentals. We also have hotels that advertise on these platforms. And again, that's going to be regulated as something different under our code as a hotel. So I just kind of share that, with you by way of saying that when you hear like 115 units, that sounds like a lot, but really when we kind of dig into the detail, I think we're really talking about 64 units, right? So 64 units with enough information that we've been able to reach out and identify those property owners that, hey, you're advertising a short-term rental and we have a number of regulations that you have to come into compliance with, right? So if you think about where we started, 250 units in Douglas County, about 100 of them in unincorporated Douglas County, which means it falls under our jurisdiction to regulate. Of those, as we've started reaching out, 41 people have responded to our initial letters and they've said, you know what, we kind of tried doing this, it's not really working out, we're not that into it, we're just going to take it off the platform, right? So of all of those numbers, 41 folks have said, we're not doing this in a significant enough way to kind of bring our property into line with the codes and regulations. And so then most recently, approximately 42 reminder letters have gone out, and there's still about 20 properties that we're working with trying to get enough information to determine exactly where that property is so we can contact them. And so we say, hey, if you want to do this long term, you have to come into compliance with our code. So there's a special use permit process that they have to go through. That is a zoning action. They make application with our office, and the hearing goes before the Board of Commissioners to make the final decision. Of all of the properties that we've been working with, 10 properties so far have gone through the process and they've been issued special use permits for short-term rentals, right? And so those are folks that say, yep, we're doing this on an ongoing basis. We want to make sure that we have that transparency about our process so our neighbors know what we're doing, so that we can make sure we align with all the regulations of the community, right? So that's like fire code, environmental health, all of those different things to make sure that we're operating in a manner that preserves the public health, safety, and welfare. And then finally, we have that public hearing available so that the community can come out, have a dialogue, and ultimately the commissioners make the decision. So we've done that for 10 properties. So far, we have one additional property that is pending. Their application is going to be heard at our September meeting. We've had 2 applications be denied, right, because they went through the process and the commissioners felt that they didn't meet the criteria under our code for being granted a special use permit. And then in addition to that, several other properties have applied, but as they've gone through the process, they've realized that what they were trying to do was in conflict with their HOA, or they didn't want to make the required improvements to meet fire and life safety codes. So those folks have just withdrawn completely, and I would say that's probably about 6 to 10 properties that have indicated their indication to apply, but realized that at the end of the day, they didn't really want to come into compliance with our regulations, so they're no longer operating as a short-term rental. So far, we've collected $12,900 in application fees, and again, this I think is interesting when we get to the point of like offsetting, what we're paying into the software. And then in addition to that, short-term rentals are required to obtain a business license, and then what I'm showing you here are the short-term rental taxes collected, right? So again, as I said, these are regulated as lodging. That's very similar to hotel motel, which means they're subject to your hotel motel excise tax. So in 2022, we had over $300,000 in hotel motel tax that was collected as a part of this program. And then so far to May of 2023, we've collected about $98,000 in hotel motel excise tax. So again, I kind of share all of that with you by way of saying this is what it costs us to work with with Granicus, which is the company that we are using to track the short-term rentals. So far, from what we've seen, the program is covering the costs that we have to invest in it. This is an annual contract that we renew with them, and so as long as this is a priority of the Board of Commissioners, we will have this tool available to us to continue to make sure that we're keeping an eye on what's going on in the neighborhood. So, and I see a hand. Is it okay if I take questions?
Absolutely,
All right.
please.
Yes, sir.
Of that 300,000, how much of that was from motels and how much from these Airbnb?
This is just short-term rental.
These
So
are
we parsed
only
out
short-term
separately,
rentals.
just
And
short-term
the
rental.
tax is what, $5 per day?
Oh, that I am not sure of off the top of my head. I would have to kind of get back to you on that. If you want to email me, I'll give you my card. I can tell you exactly what it is. So, but you might see that little note in this slide that the state law was changed in 2021, so this automatically mandates that the platforms have to collect and remit the taxes directly. And so this number, according to my clerk, is just for ones that are coming from the short-term rental platforms and not the hotel chains.
And you only had like 60 properties identified. Each collecting 5,000.
About that.
Seems incredibly high.
So again,
I would question the figures.
fair enough, fair enough. Here's what I would share with you. We don't actually know which properties are sending them to us, right? And so what we basically get is a lump sum check from the companies that the platforms use to remit that to us. This is something that is a little vague in the state law, right? So I can't go and say, hey, this amount of money is coming from this particular property, right? The other thing that we don't have the ability to check right now, again, because of the vagueness in the state law, is whether or not all of the tax that we're getting is coming from properties in unincorporated Douglas County, if some of it's City of Douglasville. In theory, they're supposed to be parsing that out separately so that the cities get their piece, the county gets their piece. But I do hear you. I'm not going to try to say, no, this is spot on, because there's a little fuzziness in how the reporting was done. And again, up until 2021, they didn't really have to report this as excise tax, but that's one of the changes that they made in the state law, so that we're just kind of starting to get it coming in. But so this is the amount that we identify as coming from those platforms that remit the taxes and fees for the short-term rentals.
And so the three cities in the near Lake, I guess,
Billerica.
Douglasville and Osceola, they're in addition, they collect additional tax.
Yes, sir, that's my understanding, is that this should only be unincorporated Douglas County, but understand, I don't have the precision of the detail to know that. The other thing that I want to make clear also is if we go back and look at the map, it's very high level, right? So what Granicus does is they kind of go through the platforms and they say, well, we think this is in Douglas County. So when I say there's like 20-ish that we don't have enough information on to identify, that means that I don't actually know what's being advertised is the property that we think it's on, right? And so we're not going to send a letter or send code enforcement out until we know that that's going on in that property. It's an ongoing thing that we're always working on. A couple of 3 new ones may pop up every week, and then a couple of 3 may drop because they stop advertising. But I think the key takeaway that I want y'all to understand is we heard from the community, right? Hey, this is an issue in our neighborhood, and we want to have a process by which we can regulate this better. So we implemented that in 2022. Russell can speak to this during his presentation or now if he'd like, but I think the complaints that we've gotten about, party houses and, short-term rentals, I think have declined, somewhat from where they were in 2021. And so I feel like by just kind of being aware, sending the letters, putting people on notice that, hey, we're paying attention to this, from my perspective, we're not getting near the complaints now that we were, in 2020, 2021 about this use. So doing our best to be responsive. Any other questions about this before we move on? So thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
I've got one for you.
Yes, sir.
All right, so again, go back to, we're getting complaints from citizens about party houses. And we took a stab at it and we addressed it, but take it a little bit further. These are rentals within HOAs. So remind me, how many HOAs are in Douglas County?
So what we've been able to identify is about 180 properties, or excuse me, 180 subdivisions, communities, where we have some level of contact information for an HOA, right? I'm not going to say that I know exactly how many have active HOAs, but in looking through the public records we have available to us, of the approximately 1,100 subdivisions that we have in Douglas County, about 185 of them, I have some level of contact information for something that's identified as an HOA, a homeowners association, or a property owners association. So I would say the number is probably at about 180 active HOAs in the county.
All right, so this is important. So 1,011 subdivisions, right? Give or take 1,000. I'm sounding like an echo, guys. There's 4 commission districts, so roughly what, 250 each?
Sure.
200 subdivisions per commission district that we're responsible for. And there's roughly, HOAs is a subdivision of that, which means that they're not that active. So what happens with those neighborhoods that don't have an HOA? How does the Board of Commissioners separate the two? Talk about that for a minute.
Sure. So as the commissioner knows, I share an active information and an active interest in kind of sharing information with the community through their HOA networks, but I think also working through just citizens groups that are interested in coming forward. When we talk about the number of HOAs, and I have some data in here about kind of subdivision housing in general, we've been taking a broad look historically at our housing stock in Douglas County. So I would say of those, what I would call 1,000 subdivisions, that's what we think of as a subdivision or a neighborhood. So you go in, you cut a road in, and you start dividing lots off, and you have neighbors right next to you, right? So that's, subdivision is a broad term, but when I look at kind of this data, I'm talking about roughly the 1,000 kind of neighborhoods that have resulted from the subdivision process. And I would say we got going in that way, in a big way, around the 1950s, right? So 1950s, we start seeing neighborhoods, suburban-style neighborhoods pop up. Through the 60s and 70s, we see a dramatic increase in those. Now, back in the 60s and 70s, it wasn't mandatory to have a homeowners association or a property owners association like it is today. If you have common property today, you are required under our code to create some sort of homeowners association to have oversight of that common property, right? And that's kind of the extent that Douglas County gets, into regulating that. We also have neighborhoods, and I think you'll talk about this a little bit later in the program, that are older neighborhoods where there may have been an HOA at the time they were created, but that HOA has kind of, disbanded or is no longer functionally active. But what I'm seeing in the community is that neighborhood groups are kind of stepping up and taking their place. There's online platforms like Nextdoor and Facebook pages that they're using to communicate broadly with residents. So we'll just kind of underscore, if there's citizens who are interested in kind of building that bridge, with the county, I'd be happy to talk to them about how we can kind of, continue the dialogue, even if you don't have a formal HOA, right? Because that's what we're seeing a lot of, is that a couple of citizens are getting together and they're just kind of starting to form these informal networks, and we absolutely want to do our best to support our communities. Russell knows I pull him into conversations all the time with neighborhoods who want to talk about things going on. We've had the Sheriff's Department come and meet with us. Again, even if you don't have a formal HOA, I'm more than happy to sit down with the citizens and have a dialogue about how we can work together on some of these issues.
Great, thank you for that. Keep going. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Any other questions before I move off short-term rentals? Because I'm just going to hit a few high-level points. Again, so this is that housing context that I was talking about, looking at, kind of how our housing has developed in what I would call the modern era, so roughly from 1960, until where we are today. And I know we hear a lot in the news about the cost of housing and, things of that nature. So I want to share this slide from our friends at the Regional Commission that tells me just about everything I need to know about the housing market right now today, right? So you can see this is average annual building permits in Georgia, mind you, so this is statewide, per 100,000 in population. And you can kind of see, the lead up to the 2000s, how many building permits we were issuing annually. So y'all know 2008, Great Recession. I mean, the housing market just absolutely hit a brick wall, right? And so you can see the number of building permits issued statewide in the 2010s is not even the number that we were at in the 1960s. So if you're wondering about the supply and demand crunch and things of that nature, this slide shares a lot of information with you about how our population has continued to grow, but we still haven't recovered that housing pipeline that we had prior to the 2008 crash. And then here's another kind of more up-to-date data looking kind of regionally at Metro Atlanta. There was only one jurisdiction, that was Forsyth County, was the only jurisdiction that issued building permits at the same level kind of going forward as they had historically. And you can see I've outlined Douglas there in red so you can get an idea of how many permits were issued. Right, so long story short, this is a statewide challenge. This is not unique to Douglas County or Metro Atlanta. It's a statewide challenge that we kind of are seeing a drop-off in the active issuance of building permits for residential.
So for apartments, you have 1,600, of course, for Douglas County. That's including apartments.
It should.
Not just single-family homes.
Correct, yeah. All right, and then to your point about like, there's typically a lag between, for multifamily, when you issue the permit to when you actually see those units come online. So we see once we issue a single family building permit, it's a pretty short turnaround from the day we issue the permit to the day that we issue the certificate of occupancy. For apartments, right, since that's built as a complex, from the day we issue the permit to the day that we issue the certificate of occupancy takes a lot longer, right? So kind of keep that in mind because they're kind of building out that whole complex, so.
Do you have a general idea how many single-family permits were 2022?
I do. I think I took that slide out. I'm sorry. Let me see if I can find that data and catch up with me after my presentation. But yeah, that was something that we included in this PowerPoint, but I took out sort of the individual, so sorry about that. But thanks for your interest.
Probably less than 500.
Sounds right. Sounds right. And then the other thing that was interesting about this data, when we started looking at our zoning regulations, because we know that our minimum required square footage for single-family housing is 1,800 square feet right now. And we've had some people raise some questions about, is that appropriate, right? Because the higher the square footage, that's going to drive a bit on cost, right? And so we've been taking a look at kind of where we were, sort of going back to the 1970 zoning codes, where the minimum was between 1,000 and 1,400 square feet, and then where we are at 1,800 square feet now. When I look countywide at the breakdown of neighborhood by square footages, this will kind of give you a sense of how many units we have in this range. So I'll tell you what we have seen probably in the last 5 to 10 years is that only about 10% of our housing is coming in asking for a building permit around 1,800 square feet, right? What we're seeing is kind of houses getting larger, and that's continuing a trend that we've seen historically. The market is driving a demand for larger square footage housing. Now, we don't have a lot of sewer run countywide, so usually our lots are a little bit larger, and that could be also part of the demand for the larger footprint housing. But we are kind of looking at the data, and you can sort of see how it parses itself out. So if at whatever time the board is inclined to improve taking a fresh look at our minimum residential square footage, we have that information available to us here about the what and the when and the how and what era different things were built at. So I think that's kind of cool. And then this is some data that I'll end on with this. This is some data that we collected about housing that I think is really interesting, during our comprehensive plan update. So when we were looking at the top 3 investments that the county should encourage, they want us to see more shops and restaurants and things to do, limiting additional warehouses and distribution centers, and to support the investment in parks, trail, and open space. And if you're interested in all this data, it's all on our website as a part of the comprehensive plan update. But again, as we kind of asked the community, where should our priorities be? This is what they told us, right? So we did ask a few questions about housing, and we kind of saw a little bit of a mix when we asked should there be a broader range of housing types in Douglas County. It was about 50-50 in terms of like folks who are open to a broader range of housing types versus folks who are like, let's keep it single family.
Can you define broader range? Does that mean over 1,800?
No, so I think that's a good question. Broader range would be townhomes, apartments, cottage cluster, duplex, things of that nature is how we had defined in that question.
So
right?
Nobody wants apartments.
Well, apartments have always been tricky. I wouldn't say nobody, right? 42% flat out said they disagreed, right? They like to see that single family home. But it wasn't like 60, 70, 80%, right? And so I think that there is a recognition that there is a need, right? Well, I can tell you what my takeaway is, and y'all tell me if you agree with this. My takeaway is there is a recognition that we need different types of housing for people at different points, right, in their life cycle, right? Whether you're kind of young professional starting out, or whether you're a senior retiree kind of wanting to downsize and not have the demands on maintenance, right? I think there's a recognition that we need different options, but I think there's a very strong undercurrent of we don't want it to go everywhere, right? We want to kind of control where it can go. That's what I kind of took away from this. Let me share the rest of the data with you, and you can tell me if you agree. So wanting to see more design guidelines about architecture and landscape. Again, it was a small percent that disagreed, but 60% of the community we saw wanted to see us do a little bit better with our architecture and landscape requirements. So again, we're kind of on the fence in terms of, what style of housing we want. We recognize there's a need for both. But whatever it is, we want to see you kind of doing a little bit better and getting something just sort of above the minimum quality, right? And I think that goes back to our housing inventory we've been working on, and this idea that we want to preserve stable, single-family detached neighborhoods. Again, we're providing options for people who kind of no longer need that single-family detached house for whatever reason. So then when they say, when you think about housing, what types of housing do you think there should be more of in Douglas County? And this gets back to your question about kind of the diversity in the typology. And you can kind of see the response there. Still solidly traditional single-family detached housing kind of carried the day. But we saw housing for seniors. We know that that's kind of something that's going to be a need, not just for Douglas County, but in the metro area as a whole. We have a lot of families that want to move their elderly parents closer, right, but don't necessarily want them in the house with them. They want to make sure that they preserve some sense of autonomy and independence, right? So we hear a lot about senior housing, and then kind of smaller, more affordable single-family homes. So I share this with you to say, from my perspective, and again, I always welcome the dialogue on this, I see that we have plenty of opportunity where we can do a little bit more within our range of what we're offering, for single-family detached home, without necessarily getting into a whole bunch of attached and high density. So that's kind of the mandate that I'm giving my staff, is look and see what our options are within a range. Because as I said, the market is kind of driving, larger 5,000, 7,000 square foot housing sometimes is what we're seeing the permits come in for, right? So how can we incentivize the opportunity to look a little bit more broadly at those opportunities? And I'm pretty much out of time, I think. Well, okay,
Yep.
Sorry, I'll stop there. So a couple of questions.
Being educated. Can you back up on that last slide? I noticed the number of respondents is not a great market share or indicator. It's pretty small, actually. So my question is, how are you educating potential people you survey to respond? Because when I do surveys in our HOA, I have a pretty good idea of what the response will be. For the number that you are incorporating here and the type of housing you're incorporating, that's a small number. So my point would be, wouldn't it be better if you had more response to these so you can get a better snapshot?
Sure. So we had about 390 respondents overall to this survey. I'll be honest with you, for a comprehensive plan survey, I'm pretty pleased. I wouldn't say that it's a statistically valid survey, but we didn't take those steps to actually sort of put it out and come back with a statistically valid, response, from the survey. We did use a variety of, in terms of getting the word out, we did use a variety of databases that we maintain here at the county, right? So our communications database that we have, we put it out through our e-newsletter, we put it out on our social media, and we used, like for example, the Parks and Recs has a fairly robust, database of contact information. So we put it out broadly, and I will tell you, I was very pleased with the response rate compared to what would be typical, but you're correct, we did not hire a firm to do any kind of like telephone polling. We did not do a sort of a direct mail kind of survey. You are correct about that. We didn't do any of that. We just kind of wanted to take the temperature of the community. And to be honest with you, I think you're going to hear later in the presentation from Wendy Cottle, who manages the strategic plan, and some other things like that. This really underscored a current of data that we saw that was pretty typical for a lot of our surveys that we do with our comprehensive transportation plan, our strategic plan, and things of that nature. So it kind of seemed to stay in line with what we had heard previously. But you are correct. We did not hire a firm to do this as a statistically valid sampling poll.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to keep going to our next segment. Let's give Allison and Duncan a hand clap, guys, just for the record. Thank you, Allison. And she will be available after this to have a conversation with you guys regarding her data. But here's the thing about Douglas County is that, as she mentioned, Wendy Cottle will come up. We do engage the citizens. I appreciate the fallacy of low numbers. But the citizens have to respond. You can't make people respond. You can't make them engage. We would love more data. I'm a big data guy, love it. But after enough surveys and questions, at some point people get sampled out. They get tired of being on committees, right? They don't respond, but I get it. So here's the question that you guys have me as chairman of basically housing for us, and not housing authority down in downtown Douglasville. The question is, as she said, as we get all these strategic plans back, and for the next 10 years, I've got to make decisions on how we shape this county. You got 4 commission districts. I'm the Eastern Wall. You know, I look more like Cobb and Fulton. District 4 looks more like Paulding and Carroll. You got District 3, which is our water supply, to the south. You got District 1, which is Commissioner Dodd, to the north, primarily City of Douglasville. How do we shape our future? Now, I'm going to speak to this. These are very, very, very different characters. District 2 is what? Primary looks more suburbanish. It's dense. District 1 is our downtown, the cheerleader, all that. The water, we got, Dog River. But the West is the key here. All right, the West is that how will we grow into the future? I'm pretty much built out. I've got enough logistics, you name it. District 2 is pretty much, look, we're done. All growth will be West. So the question becomes, what will we do as a commission? How will we shape this with our planning and zoning, with you guys' input? It's the West. Y'all just now putting infrastructure in. I was telling Commissioner Alquist, all right, don't let them mow this down now. You gotta learn this. You gotta pay attention to how you design a community. It's coming. Mine, I inherited back in 2008. I'm the product of the great sprawl. But District 4, you got a chance to write, all right, make it beautiful. Be thoughtful about what y'all doing out there. Be careful how y'all zone that. So we've got some good conversations we're gonna have. I really appreciate my peers here on this commission, and we're gonna work through this. But we need you guys' input because, now that we've got the data, they're done, that's all we got. Old factory problems. We just started using data during my administration, my term here. We never used data up until this point, so for what, 140 years, we were just building. Right? It wasn't intentionally designed. It wasn't intelligently. It's like wherever somebody went, they bought their land, they did what they did. Now we're trying to hear what? We wanted more manicure, wanted more landscape. It's more thoughtful now. So just for that, for the record, District 4 is key to our future, guys. Make sure you weigh in. My citizens that are out in District 4, I know they've got an event going on right now. But I want y'all to hear this. Be careful with how y'all design that. Don't let the developers come in here and mow that down. I don't support that. I get it, but are y'all paying attention to how this is done? Like, all right, decisions we make today will determine y'all future. I'm like, look at this, guys. So again, one more time, we're sensitive to that. We know you guys are putting infrastructure in, but I'm going to keep this going. I've got comments at the end. I'll wrap this all up. So next up, we're going to go a little bit broader here. I'm going to come back to you, Russell. I got Captain here. Captain, you want to take the mic? We want to get you to go up here from our law enforcement. Captain Jules is going to come talk about law enforcement just in general. But this will be a good conversation. We're going to go broad, come in. But he's from our sheriff office, and we thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Like the commissioner said, first of all, I'm John Jewell, the sheriff's office. I'm a captain over our Special Operations Division. Lieutenant Colonel Pounds was supposed to be here this morning, but we have a situation this morning where our CERT team was activated, which is our SWAT team. We're dealing with a situation right now over toward Cedar Mountain Road that occurred last night. So this was kind of thrown on me. So I've been with the sheriff's office going on 35 years. I was born and raised in Douglas County. I live like right here beside the aquatic center. My property bound. My property is connected to the park here. I can remember when Blue Circle owned this property. But anyways, like the commissioner said, the more you get involved, knowledge is power. We would like to see more people show up to things that we offer. We try to put it out as best as we can through our social media accounts. You know, when the sheriff's office has things going on and, you know, the turnout is low, I guess people's got other things going on, but, you know, we would like to see more participation in everything that we do, even with the commissioners and the sheriff's office. I know this is an HOA kind of boot camp that the commissioner, I think this is his 8th annual one today. Just a little bit about the sheriff's office. Of course, when the sheriff came in, he started our scope division, which works very close with our homeowner associations. What a lot of folks don't understand on the HOA boards is that as a sheriff's office, we cannot enforce HOA bylaws and things like that. I'll go into a little bit about this year. Summer's winding down. Our calls at the communities that have pools and basketball courts and tennis courts, our calls are down from that through some of the education that the sheriff's office has given the HOA boards on, listen, you know, you gotta have a pool monitor, you got to have somebody monitoring this, and when they have a problem, call the sheriff's office, and as long as that assigned person that y'all have assigned to monitor these things, we can take action with them. You know, like if you want somebody that doesn't live in the community, that's there causing a ruckus that you're in your community, that's visiting or just showed up, then we can do like the trespass warning. Don't come back. They don't want you back in this area. If you do, you're subject to, you know, lawful action. We work very well with a lot of the homeowners. We got things now where we wish more homeowner associations would call the sheriff's office. We will actually bring out our grill, our ice cream truck, and we'll do a community day with your community. And only a few of them do it. I don't understand that. I mean, you know, the command staff, at least some of the sheriff's command staff shows up. A lot of times the sheriff will show up if he's don't have something prior. Like today, he's got a thing going on today that he's attending. But they're talking about building, planning, and zoning, a little bit about with the sheriff's office. We do get impact studies, okay? Anything that wants to, a special land permit or rezoning, wanting to build anything, those plans from the developer go through a lot of change, a lot of people in the county. And it does wind up at the sheriff's office too, where our command staff, we review it and we give our impact study about response times. You know, the road structure, the traffic. We do have an input at the sheriff's office on these impact studies that they do. Now, you know, we give our professional study what we think and we send it. So we don't know I don't know what happens to it. Maybe, you know, higher than me does. I don't know, but we do look at these impact studies. And, you know, Douglas County is only 202 square miles, and, you know, we're about I'm gonna say 150,000 right now. And you know, we're gonna hit 200,000 people in this county one day, and it's coming soon. I think the Dog River Basin, I think they're expanding that for our water, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
You know, at the sheriff's office, you know, we want to work with our homeowners. We can't do our job without y'all. As simple as that. And we're wishing that we would get more participation. What she was talking about, the social media, the older subdivisions, about, you know, neighbor, what's it called? Next door and things like that. Some of your older subdivisions are doing that, but they're including the sheriff's office on it. So somebody will say, hey, did you see that suspicious car and all that? Now, is it 24 hours, 7 days a week monitored with the sheriff's office? No, but a lot of people look through it, and we've actually caught a lot of people through that neighbor Facebook page, because you see something, you got to say something. Even if you don't, you know, it's okay. Put it on there, because if you're a part of the sheriff's office, if we're allowed to be part of that group, you know, we've caught a lot of people through that social media stuff. So, I think, you had a question?
Yes, well, this probably doesn't pertain to the HOA, but with all of the development that's going on 92,
Yes, sir.
Fairwood Road, how is it impacting the sheriff's office?
Well, you talking about like the movie theater, the movie studios and the apartments and all that? Well, let me tell you, I know from that area of 92 and Lee Road, the traffic and all that is getting congested, but I know there's future plans to extend Lee Road on through there to down toward Chapel Hill or Anawakey. I'm not too sure on all that. Only how it's impacted the sheriff's office right now is the amount of wrecks that are starting to occur. A lot of folks don't know, but the Georgia State Patrol, Post 4, that's in Villa Rica, they cover 2 counties. They cover Carroll and Douglas County. They actually work our accidents in the unincorporated parts of Douglas County. But the state patrol don't have no one either. I mean, they can't get employees. We're 55 plus down at the sheriff's office, but we're working with the commissioners, and thumbs up to what y'all are doing for us. We're starting to work a lot more wrecks in the county. And so when you have a deputy tied up on a wreck, that might take 30 to 40 to an hour, and then you got calls coming in, so our response times are going down. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because, you know, right now we got deputies working overtime, the shifts are short, but, you know, we got plans in place. If, you know, the sheriff's not gonna let it go unabated, you know what I'm saying? But the impact right now, just in that area with all the construction going on, is just the accidents in the area. We, knock on wood, we really haven't had no thefts in that area. Usually when you have a construction site, you know, the thefts pick up. But now with the technology out there, you know, these construction companies, they're putting live feed cameras out there that's 24 hours, 7 days a week. You know, it's unreal, and it alerts the sheriff's office. And, you know, all the big equipment now has, you know, most of it's the low jack. You know, low jack's got away from cars because now you got OnStar and GPS in cars, but more of your low jack stuff is on the heavy equipment now. So when it gets stolen, we recover pretty quick. But like I said, that's the only problems that we're seeing right now in those areas. Riverside Parkway, you know, some's in the city, some's in the county. What we're getting down there, you know, is the tractor trailer speeding, the speeding cars. That's what we're dealing with on the Riverside 92 area. And, you know, and we work it as much as we can. We work well with the City of Douglasville Police Department. They take care of their part, we take care of our part. I've actually heard there was plans to widen that one day. I don't know, I've heard that, of Riverside Parkway. But a lot's been done. They've got it lit up down there. Now the streets are lit up. The bicycle path lanes and all that, the county's done a lot. I think Commissioner Robinson had a lot to do with that area, like getting it lit up at least, because it was so dark down through there with, you know, no lights, no street lights. You know, it was tough to drive through there at night, even with your headlights, because, you know, but that's what we're seeing right now. That's it right now as far as the construction.
Let me add to that. We're going to keep this going, and we'll save some time at the end for questions. But to your point, the Lee Road, Fairburn Road, that was a master design community. We called it a master plan in which citizens actually gave input onto what was going to go in there. So again, I always try to say, well, this is what you asked for. It wasn't imposed. It was asked for through a collaborative process that Allison was very instrumental in being involved in helping us bring that to pass. So you got the studio, you've got the housing going in there, you've got perhaps an admin building going there, you've got retail going in there, you've got a hotel going in there. So but you got Class A office space. But that was asked, that's what the citizens wanted in that area. That is not representative of everything else. Now, you got Riverside. Now, to that point, Lee Road is being widened and is going to be extended, but that's 30 million. 30 million to widen, 30 million to get across. That's 60 million, right? Then we talk about Riverside. Now, Lee Road is 2.5 miles, Riverside is 7 miles. Do the math, I gotta widen that from 2 lanes to 4, 5. And we did do it, we worked with you guys, we worked with them to slow down the speed. Now, what you saying? I done slowed it down, we done done everything y'all said we should be doing and stuff, but that's important. Slow down, District 2. And those people who don't live there, quit cutting through like that. No, seriously. You got nice homes, you got nice community, you got people who are living there with their family. Now I've got these tractor trailers, so you got these big brontosauruses and you got these little small animals. You know, back in the dinosaurs. They got to coexist though. How do we do that? How do we do that? Right, so to your point, duly noted, the last thing I want to do acknowledge, and we're okay on time, is this whole notion of public safety. Now, we talked about, I know, Ms. Calder will be coming eventually to talk about the strategic plan and KPIs, but more importantly, public safety was the number one priority for the county. Not infrastructure, not economic development, not parks and recs and libraries, public safety. In other words, like, don't let nobody come across that wall. And I do appreciate what you guys do. They're unsung, like, no, don't get it, don't politicize public safety. That's always been a strong proponent, whatever they need. Never have been. So here's the question. This is supposed to be active. So right now we're looking at, they're down 58 people, but then yet, should we pay them? Should we raise the minimum wage? Of them. Weigh in. I got this. I got to hear this. I want this to the record. Remember, this is being filmed in the stream live. But seriously, guys, based on what he says, I got it. How do I attract? How do I help them? My job is just to appropriate. I'm looking for y'all to say, yes, you said it's number one. Now that's going to cost me. It's going to cost me $2.1 million to take them to 55, 2.7 to take them to 58, and to take them to 60,000, 3.3. Got this in my mind backward. Yes or no? Take a position.
Well, yeah, it's just big letters, D-U-H, duh.
No, I love
I
that
like your
spirit.
thinking.
But again, should the board, but that means other things are going to get, everybody can't get this. We're talking about one department. 2 years ago, we took care of everybody. We gave a 15% raise, 10 and 5. So we took care of all staff across the board. Because historically, they hadn't been cost of living. It hadn't been. It's okay. Let's go ahead and take this. Take this balloon. Let's go ahead and feed everybody. Everybody got a plate. They got a bump above and beyond. Public safety got a bump above everybody else. But we took care of them. Right? But now it still wasn't enough because historically, it hadn't kept up. You cannot treat your employees, and especially these guys, like batteries. You have to pay them. You have to give them a decent living wage. That's across the board, but more importantly, them, especially as their group is aging, you got these younger generations like, okay, you can't think the way you used to and not recognize the current environment. So I wanted to hear from you guys. Should the board really take this up this year?
Yeah.
Okay, I got this.
Thank you
All right,
so
keep going,
much.
sir.
The commissioner's right. The younger generation's getting in this. With all the negativity with law enforcement, I try to tell people don't judge us for what somebody does in a different state. Sheriff's pretty adamant about, we do good vetting when we hire folks, but, we are Metro Atlanta now. We're part of Metro, the city of Atlanta's not even 12 miles from here. And most of the surrounding counties and agencies around us make way more, and now our call volume and things have went up. But we thank the commissioners for everything they're doing and the community. Do y'all have any questions that I can answer for the sheriff or the sheriff's office?
Ask them.
This is just a quick one, and I'm Pat Garner, I'm a resident of Douglas County, a District 4.
Okay.
So, do you find in the calls that you get that they're more associated with residential or commercial?
Right now, the most calls that we answer are they're residential. It might be something stolen off a porch, a lot of forgery, fraud, identity theft, things like that. Now, the Thornton Road, that's the businesses up Bankhead a little bit. Now the 92 and Lee Road areas that's areas are actually going to be pretty nice once they get everything done. But like the commissioner said, west here is rural, but he's trying to keep all the businesses out here. But of course, this district right here that we're in right now, this is the district, I call it, it's our zone 4. This is our mostly residential area. From 20 up there all the way down 92, 166. To 166 up Chapel Hill Road, this is mostly residential. There's very few businesses in Zone 4 in Douglas County. And I wish I had brought a zone map for the sheriff's office, but Thornton Road, our Zone 7 out there, when the sheriff came in, the sheriff started the Scorpion unit. That area targets down there around the Thornton Road corridor area down there, because, that's our most area that we have our more major index crimes, as I put it, is down in that area.
Let me add to that real quick, because I actually know that one. So to his point, District 2 is almost 50-50, 51-49%. 51% residential, 49% commercial. That's the engine. District 3, which he just talks about, is 98% residential. You don't have that many commercial businesses out here. That's your water supply. It's all did well. Obviously, the city is a little bit closer. Out west is a little bit more because you got the mall and stuff that's tied to District 4. You've got about 74% residential to commercial. So to your point, District 3 is protected, but
It is right
but it's how y'all do the future. This hand's already been dealt. The things that Allison are working on right now are already dealt. It's about who's going to inherit the future, that the decisions we make today is what I'm concerned about. Go ahead, Captain.
And then, and I'll cut this short then now. Russell here, we've actually started working a lot closer with our code enforcement now, the sheriff's office. A little insight. The sheriff's office does not like to enforce code violations. We got a division to do that. So now we will, if need be, when the sheriff said do it, but we work very closely with them. We're getting a lot of calls with tractor trailers on the side of the road. Nobody wants to look at that, where they park them. And I understand that's their livelihood, that's their job. But again, there's folks that live here that come home after a hard day at work, and they don't want to see a tractor trailer parked right there. So is it against the law? Yeah, and it's a code violation, so we get with code enforcement, and we go down there. They might give a warning, or they might tow it after so many times. We tell them to quit parking here. The biggest challenge that we're looking at, and this is big to people that live here, okay, is the tractor trailer and the traffic. That's the biggest complaint of our residents to us. Now, don't get me wrong. Now, we've got crime, but we deal with that too. But we do get a lot of tractor trailer complaints and traffic complaints in the whole county as a whole. We do got I-20 running through here. We get, I bet in any given day, we probably at least 10 lookouts on I-20 with cars going over 100 miles an hour. So sometimes we catch them.
They're passing you.
Yeah, sometimes we don't. So,
Yeah.
I try to tell people, listen, when they complain, just, hey, just put your seatbelt on, turn on your jazz music, and just don't get in a hurry, because people, you blow a horn now, and y'all seen it on TV. I wouldn't blow my horn at nobody anymore. I just wouldn't do it. 'Cause people just go crazy now, and do stupid things.
You bring up a good question. So we're going to keep this program going, but Captain, so Douglas County was once known as the wall to Atlanta in essence, as it relates to drug. You used to stop off before they went over into Atlanta and did what they do. Talk to about today. Can you give me the atmosphere, give us a status on how drugs work here? I'm talking about volume. I'm not talking about however you want to answer it. Yeah.
All right, we'll go back, because a little history right quick.
Go ahead.
When Miller became sheriff way back when, he started what we call the fine unit. Y'all might have seen the cars. We was on the interstate. So a lot of folks got trained. I was actually over that unit with a dog. I've handled about 5 dogs at the sheriff's office in my total career there. Way back when, the large quantity of drugs would come from the West Coast to the East Coast. California, out here. Atlanta, Georgia has several interstates that come into Atlanta. We got a perimeter that goes around Atlanta, and they're thinking about building out a perimeter around that. For years they've been talking about that. But anyways, the drugs will come to Atlanta, and it would be broken down into whatever, and then distributed back out into the metro Atlanta communities. This all happened, we really got hit with it in 1996 when the Olympics came here, because the drug cartels knew that law enforcement would be busy with the Olympics security. So it really flooded the market in Atlanta, and it's never went away. Now, like the commissioner said, we used to have a wall. They would not come out here. But the growth, the job opportunities in Georgia, the housing market in Georgia, the weather in Georgia, it's brought a lot of people to Georgia. And we had a lot to offer in Douglas County when they started building. So now you got people here now of all walks of life from all over the world. They live here in our county now, and it just happens. The more people you get, the more things are going to happen. That's natural. We do things we can to stop it. We work with our district attorney's office. We work with our solicitor's office. We work with the sheriff. Even we started reentry programs for the jail. Y'all would be amazed what the sheriff has done about recidivist inmates coming into our jail over and over and over. We got programs now to get them out, help them find a job, the teaching right from wrong when they get a job. We got drug court. We got veterans court. I mean, we got courts now for specific things to help these people with mental health court. That's a big problem with the sheriff's office right now. That's one of our main battles that we're dealing with is mental health people. There's no more state facility hospitals. Half of them are closed down. So now the deputies have got to be doctors, marriage counselors, this, that. I mean, and it's tough, y'all, dealing with somebody that has a mental capacity. It's very tough. We go to training. We've worked, the fire department has implemented a thing now where they'll go out on calls with us, a mental health specialist. That is another big problem that we're having in the county, is the mental health calls that we are getting.
Gotcha. So again, mental health is something that obviously it was dear to my heart back in 2015. Basically the state policy was such that, for marijuana, you were getting locked up for a long time. And after that, I graduated in '85. So I saw in 2015, I saw the 30-year run of that policy. My friends, locked up. With the opiate, now you see a shift. You see a change where there's, okay, well now it's in my backyard. Let me shift how I'm going to deal with this. Let's talk about some courts. And I get it. I get intervention. I get treatment. I understand that. But you just watch how things over time have a whole big. But let me get to one question I wanted to talk about because she brought it up. Allison, help this feedback. Allison, help us frame this whole thing about commercial property and the legislation that the board just recently introduced was having camera systems. And I want to see what the captain's response is to how that would help. Talk about the legislation the board just passed.
Sure thing. So as y'all are probably aware, there's several jurisdictions in Metro Atlanta who have started to target specific uses, whether it's gas stations or hotels. They said we're targeting specific uses, and just because you're that use, y'all have to put up a video camera surveillance system and make that data available to law enforcement within 72 hours of it being requested. And so we certainly trust our colleagues in other metro counties to look at their data and figure out what you need to do, for your community. When we looked at our data for Douglas County, what we identified is that our crime clusters, right? So it's not just gas stations, it's not just hotels. To the point the captain made, we see a lot of, construction sites where we see that kind of heavy equipment theft, right? So our approach, and this was approved by the Board of Commissioners August 1st, was to look at what we call monitored business. So monitored business is going to be a business that reports an incident of Part 1 crime. So Part 1 crime, and help me out here if I get this wrong, designated by the FBI. And so that's things like larceny, rape, murder, theft, all of those kind of, all of those sort of, the crime that makes the news, I guess I would say. When we did look at all of our gas stations and all of our hotels, we found that like at our gas stations, for example, we got a lot of calls for people that lock their keys in the car, right? We got a lot of calls, for things that you wouldn't necessarily, they get the call, right? But that doesn't turn into a crime. So we made sure, that when we crafted our ordinance, we were looking at areas of crime. And so the commissioners passed that on August 1st. Within about a week to 10 days, we had that data from the Sheriff's Department. We have about 110 incidents, plus or minus, that we're going to work through in this, first initiative. So those properties will be contacted in the next week to 2 weeks by our department and say, hey, you've been identified as a monitored business. We need to have a conversation with you about what your existing camera system looks like. And if you don't have an existing camera system, we're going to have a conversation with you about installing that. Right? And then very similar to our short-term rentals that I spoke about previously, anybody who fails to come in compliance gets turned over to Russell, right? And then Russell's department has the authority to take them through to the judge for not complying. So you'll see that kind of, working its way through here shortly, but I want to just underscore a couple of things that our Sheriff's Department has told us. Number one, our crime clusters, right? When we're talking about our commercial businesses, we really see it targeted in very specific areas. That's part of the reason that we didn't think that it was appropriate to apply it to just one land use type or to look necessarily countywide. We want to make sure that we're putting the enforcement in the area where the incidence is. And the other thing, and again, and you can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but what I saw in the data is it's mostly property crime, right? So it's not a lot of violent crime. It is mostly, theft, larceny, things of that nature. So, and now I'll let you respond to any of that. So,
Please.
She's absolutely correct on that. The hot spots were the data was gathered. We are data-driven stats, and it was given to them, and it's going to be an ordinance that they got to have a certain type of camera at their business, which I agree with it. If you're going to run a business, you got to keep people safe. So let me get you a question right quick.
I want to back up a little bit. Having a little background on what you do, I understand your dilemma having 50, 55, 58 individuals down in your department. Recruiting is a tough thing today. The youth of today have different endeavors that they want to do and go. So I'm thinking out loud here saying, why couldn't somebody in the school district or your department say, listen, we're going to offer a 1 hour after school, kind of like an extracurricular type of situation where for 1 hour you can come in and go through law enforcement steps, the things that are required, what we're looking for, what we need, and do it for a semester. And if you do that for a semester, and if you pass that course, we will then give you a beginning opportunity with our department, supported by the school district, supported by some funds. That way you can educate the youth that all the things they're hearing today about how to defund the police or the bad connotations that go with it can be overcome. Because some of these folks do not want to go per se to college or into a technical field. They're not really directive. They don't want to go in the military. I mean, it would be great if we would say, listen, you go in the military for 2 years, we'll pay your education. You work for the city or the county for 2 years, we'll pay for your education. Similar to that, but a really focused law enforcement. Come support your law enforcement. Spend an hour after class twice a week, 3 times a week. We'll teach you. And then if you pass, we're going to give you an opportunity to go to work for us. Just an idea.
That's a very good idea. And now we do have some programs in place that are like that now. We got our, I'm trying to think what they call that. It's where the kids actually, they come to the sheriff's office, we give them a uniform, like, not a uniform like this, and then they participate. I'm trying to think what they call that organization at the sheriff's office.
906, Wendy's outside. I'm about to grab her.
Explorer. Not bad. They're explorers. That's we actually do offer that, and we do have a lot of youth that participate in that. They actually, they work mock crime scenes and they go compete and all that stuff. The explorers. Just went off my head. I'm getting old, evidently. So we do offer that program, and I think we have about 3 high schools in the county that actually teach law enforcement. I actually got a call from Paulding County High School last week and wanted to know if I could come talk to their law enforcement class. I know we had it here before, but since the sheriff is not in the schools, when the school system started their own police department, I really don't hear much about the school system anymore. So, but when the sheriff was in the schools, I know we had the law enforcement and things like that, the classes in the schools, but I think we still got 3 in the county that offer the law enforcement academy in the school. Yeah, and I tell you, we try everything under the sun, and if y'all can think of anything to connect with our youth in this county, we do everything we can. We've several programs. Kids Kalia, if none of you've ever been to our Citizens Law Enforcement Academy, please come and go through our law enforcement academy, the Citizens Law Enforcement Academy. You will learn so much about the sheriff's office and the functions of the sheriff's office. And after you get through with ours, go to the city of Douglasville and go through theirs.
Thank you. Guys, thank y'all for that. Let's give Captain a hand clap, because we got to keep going. Captain, thank you so much. You stick around just for a few more. We're going to keep this going, guys. We're on time. We've got a chalk bill, and we've got this live that we're broadcasting. So thank you again, Captain, for your questions. So I did hear y'all, public safety, support public safety, right? All right, guys. All right. We're going to keep this going. Officer Russell Tasson, our captain, come on up, our second captain on the table. Come on up, Russell. He's with our code enforcement. Please join us. Marvin, come on. Commissioner, come on down. We're going to sit you up front.
What did you hit before? What did you hit before to make Good morning. Hey, my name is Russell Tassone. I'm the Chief Code Enforcement Officer for Douglas County. Before we get started, I do want to encourage, as the Sheriff's Department said, I want to encourage the HOAs to join that program because that grill and ice cream situation sounds great for the homeowners, but you know, we're writing these citations out there in these subdivisions. We get a little bit hot and hungry, and you know, we're all about that. I'll catch up with you later, Captain Jewell, about that. And I want to thank Commissioner Robinson. I've spoken at his HOA boot camp a couple of times since its inception, so I appreciate the invitation back. And yesterday, just on a personal note, yesterday was actually my 20-year anniversary with the county, so I'll count this presentation as my anniversary gift from the Board of Commissioners. So thank you for that, sir. So to that note, before I get started into this presentation, I do want to add a very, very good note. Because of the Board of Commissioners over the past few years, the last time I was in here, I think 2 or 3 years ago, so our department's personnel has actually increased from 4, we had 3 field officers and 1 office personnel to do the complaint intakes. Just in the last couple of years, through the generosity of the Board of Commissioners and them listening to our requests, so our department personnel now, we have 9 individuals in our department. So we have 8 field officers, myself included, and we do have 1 department secretary who handles the main influx of the complaints into our department. So, you know, a double +1 for a presence out there in the growing community. As the Sheriff's Department and as Allison has said earlier, you know, the population in the last 20 years I've been here obviously is, you know, pretty much doubled. So the additional personnel is only going to help benefit you, the homeowners associations, the homeowners, and the citizens of the county. It's only going to benefit everyone in the Board of Commissioners as another presence out there for the Board of Commissioners. So we're very thankful for all that. So that's a very, very good thing. So if anyone is not familiar with what our department does, we are responsible for investigating properties for violations of the local county ordinances. We do have a couple different code books, as you can see on the screen. So we are responsible for enforcing the ordinance in these following code books. The Unified Development Code, which is primarily handled and I guess taken over through the Planning and Zoning Department. So those are mostly our zoning ordinances. We do have a code of ordinances and also an International Property Maintenance Code that we do have authority to cite on. We're going to cover all these briefly over the next few minutes, and of course, if there's any questions, as Commissioner Robinson said, any questions, of course, you're welcome to, you know, to wait till the end or just jump right in. It's fine. So we do issue summonses, and this is just a general overview. In our citation process, if we don't get voluntary compliance after a certain number of trips out, certain number of days out to a property, we do have the authority to issue summonses for an individual or a company to appear in our magistrate court. And additionally, as the Sheriff's Department did say, so our department, we do not enforce subdivision covenants or state laws. The Sheriff's Department is for the state laws, and obviously the covenants are specifically for the HOA. To that note, however, our department, we do work extremely close with the Planning and Zoning Department and the Building Department. Now, of course, we're in conjunction, and we talk quite frequently with all the departments down in development and planning and all the other county agencies, you know, throughout the county entity as a whole. But planning and zoning, we have a very, I mean, we're right next to each other downstairs in the courthouse, and, you know, that's our primary source of back and forth is with the Planning and Zoning Department, because we are enforcing the ordinances that they have presented to the board for passing and codifying. So they have a very good hand in code enforcement, and code enforcement has a good feedback and rapport with planning and zoning. If we're out there and we see an ordinance that may or may not be not working properly, but can be tweaked to, you know, accommodate the homeowners or the homeowners associations a little bit better, then we just try to give them feedback, and then of course we leave it to them to present to the board. The board's always very open and receptive to a lot of the changes and suggestions that planning and zoning does do. So following and lodging complaints in our department. So we have 5 different ways, And the first two, as you can see, you can always phone in. We're going to have some contact information later on. It's also on our department page. You can phone in telephone complaints, and you know, some people still have stamps. The U.S. Post Office is still open and up and running. If you choose to just mail something in because you're bored on a Sunday, you want to write a letter to code enforcement, dear Russell, thank you so much for the awesome people you have out in the field. And by the way, my next door neighbor is a slob. You're welcome to do that. You can mail it into us. Both of those instances, you can remain anonymous over the telephone or by mailing something in. We do, off of our department page and the main county page, there is an online complaint form for the code enforcement department. Now, the electronic submissions, of course, cannot be kept anonymous. It's electronic correspondence coming electronically into our department. It is going to become part of our file if an investigation turns into a complaint, and that will become part of it, so you cannot be kept anonymous that way. If you email our department directly, our department secretary or any one of the individual officers, that also may not be kept anonymous. If you do walk in person, we do have a front counter down in development and planning. You are welcome to come in and speak to us face to face. Now that can be kept anonymous at your request. So there's many different ways to bring a complaint to our attention. Now, before I get moving further into that, I do want to say, again, because of the Board of Commissioners has, more than doubled our staff in the last couple of years, we are, above and beyond just having complaints come in, we are, throughout the county, right in the middle of a proactive sweeps of subdivisions. I mean, it's not just subdivisions, but we're starting with, because there are so many, as Allison said, there are so many subdivisions throughout the county. Some people just aren't comfortable calling in complaints on their neighbor or the across the street neighbor for fear of retaliation, and we understand that. We hope it doesn't get to that, but we also don't want an HOA or an individual citizen to be, afraid to call in a complaint. To that note, we are being proactive. We don't have to have complaints to stop at a property and cite. Now, 90% of our cases are complaint driven, but we can just, if we're driving down the road and see something just completely outlandish, we can stop, and we do stop and issue these citations. So you are going to see the code enforcement trucks throughout. It's not just a district specific. We are in the west side, north, south, and east. We are everywhere in these subdivisions. We don't have a list at our disposal that we're choosing, the worst subdivisions over the better. We have our county broken down into districts for our officers, and each officer has a district, and they're just randomly finding a subdivision. There's no personal issue going on. We're just out there to try to help some of the citizens that may not want to call in, or just some of these subdivisions that have 3 or 4 houses that may need a little bit of help to get them up with the remainder of the houses. And the majority of the feedback we've gotten has been positive. There are obviously some people that have given negative feedback, but we're going with the fact that those are probably the people who have received the citation. I've yet to have in 20 years someone call and thank me for giving them a citation. Maybe next year that'll happen, but the negative feedback is most likely the ones that are receiving the citation, but it's been primarily positive feedback because of that situation. So if you are going to lodge a complaint, we do have to have addresses with the complaint. I know a lot of the people want to call in and they say, it's the 3rd house next to the yellow house across from the pink mailbox, right around the corner from the upside down house that's a bird feeder. I mean, that's all great and well, but that unfortunately isn't going to work for our situation. We do have to have addresses. When we go out, we have paperwork that we get printed off, and those are all address based. If you happen to not know an address or it's not on a mailbox, as you can see, if you go to our county website, celebratedouglascounty.com, you can go to the mapping department. They do have an online map. It's a property information website, and it basically works just like Google Maps, but it's strictly just for Douglas County. It's a very helpful and informative tool, and it will help you provide addresses to us, and it will also give you some additional information if a property is or is not in a subdivision, so you can check that out. And as we get the complaints in, so we typically respond within 48 hours of the initial complaint. Now we are primarily a Monday through Friday 8 to 5 office, so that 48 hours is 48 business hours. If you call on a Friday afternoon to make a complaint, you are more than likely not going to see us till at least that following Monday or Tuesday whether it's a holiday or not. So once we get, yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
How would you distinguish a report that would be given or a complaint versus law enforcement? In other words, if you've got neighbors that are playing loud music, is that going to be law enforcement or is that going to be code enforcement? Just asking if you can distinguish between, for us, in a simple way, the difference between a complaint that would be for law enforcement, obviously not criminal activity,
Sure.
but law enforcement versus a complaint that would go to code enforcement.
Sure. So the real short answer on your specific thing about the noise ordinance, so the county does have a noise ordinance that we in our department can enforce. Now it gets a little bit tricky just because of the nature of that complaint. We're not an immediate response department more often than not. Now if we're in the area and we get a call from our department secretary that we're a mile down the road and you've called in on your neighbor, obviously we're going to swerve and veer off and try to get that accomplished shortly. But the short answer to that is, given the generality of that noise ordinance, so if we get out there, we have to obviously hear it to observe it. So if the way basically the way it's written, if we're in a public street and we can hear an extremely loud noise, bass coming from a backyard or a party that may have just gotten out of control, once we can hear it from a public street, once it crosses the property line, which of course sound is not going to stop, it doesn't know where the property line is. If we can hear it from the public roadway, we can issue a citation. Of course, generally we try to make contact with that property and at least figure out what's going on before we just start writing stuff down on a citation. So we try to have some interaction to get that figured out. Now, as far as the Sheriff's Department is concerned, if there's a situation on the weekends of similar nature, since we're generally not in the office on the weekends, they can go out. If a deputy does come out, what we ask is that he or she write a field report with enough information to verify that the deputy did hear something in front of the house or a quarter mile down from the house. If their report is written properly enough for us to take that, and since they're law enforcement, we are going to take their field report at its face value and we are going to issue a citation with that.
Are you going to protect anonymity in this reporting process?
So we can, if it's something that we hear specifically from our department, if you called me and say, hey, my next door neighbor is just going crazy here for the last 45 minutes, we get out there, if it's a telephone call, obviously we will keep it anonymous. Now, if it is a field report from a sheriff's deputy, I don't know how they work their information for anonymity or not, that I'm not aware of. I guess if your name ends up in their field report and becomes part of our record, then probably not, but that's something you have to discuss with the deputy. So it really does depend on that situation.
So I just want to reiterate what I think I heard. So on the weekends, if somebody's having a loud party next door, we call the police show up, they bust it up, whatever, they write up their incident report, then, but you guys aren't available on the weekend, so that only gets to you come Monday, Tuesday of the following week, right? And then based on the information you receive from the police, you decide what to do. Is that correct?
Correct. If you get a field report from the Sheriff's Department and turn it into us, email it to us, bring it in to us, mail it in to us, however the case may be, and we read it and we go over it and it is sufficient enough. If it's within a few days, now if we get a report, we're in August now, if we get a report from February, we're most likely not going to cite something from months ago. Within a couple days or a week, we would absolutely issue that based on that field report. What's that? We have. And it's not the fault of the Sheriff's Department. The complainant will have the Sheriff's Department come out, and we were very specific with them to contact the Sheriff's Department in a couple days, get that field report, and get it to us. And we tell people that on the phone or at the front counter, and we have gotten reports months and months later from the citizens. Yes.
A couple more questions. We're going to have to transition here, so.
I'm sorry I came in late. I may have missed this, but what do you do about dogs that continuously bark and whine and howl all day and night?
Yes, ma'am. So all of that is actually going to be directed through the Animal Control Department. They handle the barking, the animals at large. That will be the Animal Control Department. Yes, ma'am. All right, so once we do issue a citation, it is written on our code that for 98% of our complaints that we give, we do have to give a minimum 10-day time period before we go back out. We have to give a little bit of time to get corrective action taken on behalf of whoever we've cited. If we come back out and they've made progress or they just haven't done anything, we do try to do 2 10-day notices. We figure in the span of 3 weeks, if they're not going to do anything at that point, then it's going to be willful and they're just purposely not going to do it. So at that point, we do have the option to issue a summons to bring someone into magistrate court, and we'll get into that in just a second. And up here on the screen, this is a very, very partial definition and examples of some of the ordinances that we do have in the county. So our litter ordinance, as you can see, trash, debris, high grass and weeds, dead tree debris, junk vehicle parts, and discarded items. As far as a junk vehicle, our county definition is very specific. You must have a current license plate and the vehicle must be operable. Now, operable, we'll make that determination once we get out there. And we do, again, try to have contact face-to-face with the individuals that we are knocking on the doors. And before we issue the citation, trying to figure out the status and why is the vehicle this way. If it's something that just happened and it's going to be fixed in a couple of hours, we try to work with that. So obviously our discretion is going to come into play while we're out there. And as far as high grass and weeds goes, it is also written in our ordinance that there is a minimum of 8 inches is considered, anything over 8 inches is considered high grass and weeds. Now we don't run around, if you see us out there on our knees with a ruler measuring the grass, we're probably not from the code enforcement department because we're not going to do that. If we get out there and it's blowing in the grass, if I start walking through the grass and I disappear with my height, most likely you're going to get a citation for high grass and weeds. From a zoning aspect, and this comes into play inside these subdivisions more than out, a lot of people, automotive repair in residential areas, and these are all just issues that could be violations. Of course, we do have to go out there and observe it ourselves before we do that. Auto repair in residential areas, building violations, too close to the property line, too close to your property line, with or without permits, outdoor storage on and off residential property. The heavy truck parking, the Sheriff's Department did touch on that very briefly. We do have an ordinance for commercial heavy trucks being prohibited in many residential districts, and we do have that information at our disposal when we come out to see if, are they meeting the acreage, are they meeting the zoning, what's going on with that situation. More often than not, in most subdivisions that are, a half acre, 3/4 of an acre, tractor trailer cabs are not going to be permitted in there. I'm sure that's on a lot of people's minds. I mean, even these big landscaping trucks, these big commercial vehicles, not quite tractor trailer cabs, but these big panel trucks, they are going to be more than likely a violation one way or the other. And that's, again, that's stuff that we will investigate once we get out there and make determination based on a lot of different criteria. Our property maintenance code, that deals primarily with the structures, the main structures, the houses or the sheds or the detached garages, mother-in-law suites. That's part of our International Property Maintenance Code. From a structural integrity, obviously if you're going to walk into your shed and it's leaning over and it's going to collapse on you, we don't want that 100%. We can write citations for that, condemn the buildings, require you to either tear them down or rebuild them up to code. We do have the authority to do that. Those types of inspections on the structural properties, they are handled primarily through the building department, at least at first, but they will turn field reports over to us and we will issue the citations on behalf of the building department, and we will work with them from start to finish on that case to see if they've come back to us and let us know that, hey, they're good to go or they're not good to go, and then we have to move forward with the possible legal action. And again, this is an extremely small sampling of violations. We have 3 different code books that are hundreds, if not thousands of pages each. But the best thing to do, if you're just not sure, just call our department and ask what the situation is, explain to us. And if it's something our department can handle, that's fantastic. We certainly will. And like I said, we're working in conjunction with many of the other departments in the courthouse. If it's not something for our department specifically, we'll either give you information to contact that other department, or we'll just transfer you directly to them, depending on that particular situation. And as far as our responsibility, every property in the unincorporated county is required to keep their property in compliance, whether there are vacant properties or, properties that are developed with, a house or a shed or a pole barn, whatever the case may be. From a responsibility point of view, of the 5 entities, we have owners, managers, residents, tenants, and agents of a property can all be held responsible for property upkeep. It can be one of those 5, all of those 5, or any combination of. Again, that will go along with our research as we decide who we're going to cite and or bring into court, which leads me to this slide. From a legal action point of view, if someone is issued a summons, they are brought in front of the magistrate judge, and just as a broad statement, the maximum penalties that the magistrate court can give on any ordinance violation, whether it's high grass and weeds or something just extremely outrageous, you've graded 50 acres that you shouldn't have and now we have an issue. The maximum penalties, as you can see, the court can issue penalties of up to 60 days in jail, up to $1,000 in fines, and assessment of court costs and possible community service. And all of those penalties are 100% at the court's discretion, not at the Code Enforcement Department's discretion. We just initiate the meeting between the court and the citizen and let them hash it out after that. We do prosecute our cases. Just because we issue a summons, we're not finished with it. Our department, we do prosecute the cases in court on behalf of the county, and then of course the citizen would be the defendant, and we just present our case. More often than not, it does become successful, and at that point we're going to get compliance with it. So from a contact information point of view for our department, my name, number, and email are here. Our department secretary's name and email. Now, of course, the other officers, if you go to the CelebrateDouglasCounty.com webpage, to our department page and click on staff directory, they will have all the officers on it. Now this, up here on the screen, this is a map of the county that we do have broken down into zones. There are color printouts out here on this table outside this room. You're welcome to just grab them. My business card is also out there, so you can grab them at your discretion. We don't have the list of the names of the officers for each zone because that shouldn't be your responsibility to figure out. That's our responsibility. But this is just a general area. If you live in the west side of the county, you could be in zone 11 or zone 9. You just call in with an address and we can figure that out. So that's not up to you to decide on that. We wouldn't put that burden on you. We'll get that figured out. So that's actually the quick end of my presentation. But again, if you're just not sure of what's going on, inside or outside your subdivision, just call our department. And if it isn't anything we can do, we'll let you know that, but we'll explain why. And if there's another department that can handle it, better than we are capable to do, then we'll certainly, put you on to the right departments.
Let's give Code Enforcement Officer Russell Son a hand clap, please. Russell, stick around till afterwards, please. And for any questions, we got to keep this going again because we are a live broadcast. Again, you guys, just for you guys who are here locally, if you got to go to the restroom, we're right outside the door. I know you guys who are at home, y'all are doing what you do anyway, multitasking. Next up, we're going to bring Wendy Cottle. Miss Wendy Cottle is a manager out of our external affairs area, and she's going to share some information with you. Wendy? Is she here? All right. Here she comes.
Thank you. Do you all have my presentation, or do I need to do something? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Wendy Cottle. I manage the Constituent Services Department. That better? Okay. I manage the Constituent Services Department for the county. My department handles things that touch you. So we do customer service lives in my department. Events planned on behalf of the county lives in my department. I'm going to stop here to plug September Saturdays. It's coming up. Last 2 Saturdays in September. And we also have external programs. So classes that citizens would take to learn more about government and how it works live in my department. Also things like Keep Douglas County Beautiful. Our volunteer program lives in my department as well. I'll also plug our Citizens Academy, which is our program for citizens to come in and learn about how the government works. You'll come in and you'll get to work with people like Allison. She has a great talk about planning and zoning, and other departments, so you can really see what goes on behind the scenes. So anyway, Citizens Academy will start in the spring. Stay tuned if that's something you're interested in. But because we do a lot of community outreach, I also help with the strategic plan, and that's what I'm here to talk with you about today. And Commissioner Robinson told me I had 10 minutes. I think I'm at 8 now, so I'll have to hurry up. So Douglas Forward 2025 is what our strategic plan is called. So in 2020, we started the strategic plan process, and what we did first was a series of citizen outreach and citizen engagements where we came and we asked you, what do you think we need to do? Where do you think we need improvement in our county government? So we did a series of those events, and we also had a online survey, and you could participate in all of those. That ran for about a year. And when that was finished, actually, let me talk about this slide. I wanted to tell you that part first. So why do we have a strategic plan? If you work, your job probably has one. Maybe you've seen it. Our county didn't have one before. So this provides a guidance for us. It helps us stay focused on our goals. It helps the board to plan and make future decisions, which is why your input was so important. And we want to measure how we're doing. You know, if we've put a plan in place, but it's not working, we need to figure out why. So it helps us to fine-tune and improve in that way. It also gives us a map, right? How are we going to get to our goals? So we're following that map, and again, if we hit some bumps along the way and we have to pivot, you know, we'll see that and be able to make those adjustments. And it connects you to your government because you will see what we're doing. That's why I'm here today. And we know that we're accountable to you. So we want to make sure, excuse me, that we're doing what we can to provide you with the information that you deserve. All right, so we did all that community engagement. We did the survey, and there were certain things that continued to pop up as we were looking at the information. And those things that continued to pop up, those priorities that you told us were important to you, are how we got these areas you see up here. So public safety was the #1 thing that our citizens said was important to them, followed by infrastructure, economic development, public health, recreational facilities, and programming. I'm going to pause here before I get to the 6th one, because as we were looking at this information, our county administration, our board of commissioners said, well, you know what, these goals, these priorities are pretty lofty. How can we get there? We need to figure out how we're working as a government most optimally so we can provide what our citizens need. And so the 6th one, Transform Douglas County Government, was an internal decision. We decided, okay, we need to make sure that our staff has all the tools they need to perform as best they can. We need to revamp some of our practices and look for best practices so we can just make sure we're running more efficiently. So that 6th one was an internal decision to help us complete the prior ones that you all told us was important to you. All right, so public safety. So the goal in public safety is Douglas County is a place where people feel safe at home, work, and in the community. Now, I only have a few things on each slide because remember I only had 10 minutes, but I want to say that the county has done much more in each area that I'm going to show you. And if you really want to know all those things, you can talk to me later. So we're finally getting a fire station number 9 out over on Riverside. That'll be done in 2024 for those folks. That way people can get help more quickly. We didn't have enough coverage over there in that area, so that was one of the things that came out of the public safety priority. We also have EMS, Emergency Medical Services Supervisors, to help make sure that the folks that are on the scene are doing, following medical protocols, because we need everybody to be safe, especially those people who are in distress. And at the bottom, I'll just mention that one. So the sheriff recently received a grant, and you see the total there, to be used for community violence reduction. So that's a big thing, and we love when we receive grants, because that doesn't come out of your pocket, and that doesn't come out of our pocket, because there's no match to this one. All right, moving to infrastructure. So this is mainly concerned with how we get around the county. So at the top there, those are a couple of projects that have been improved. You can see that. And then there are projects that are pending approval. So anything that has to do with transportation is extremely expensive, extremely. So it takes a long time for projects to get the green light, because we're applying for federal grants or state grants, because our county dollars just can't cover it, because these are such major, major costs. So if you see traffic things moving slowly, or you heard that, well, I thought they were going to do the I-20 Lee Road interchange, but nothing's happening. It is still happening. We're just waiting to make sure we have all the funding in place so it can begin. So those are just a few things that are in the pipeline. I also mentioned that Keep Douglas County Beautiful is in my department, and it is. We want to make our county beautiful. I actually hear a lot of stuff about grass. Russell and I have become great friends, because I say, Russell, is this you? Somebody called about the grass off of ramp, whatever, and he'll say, yeah, that's us, or no, that's the state. But we know you want a beautiful community, so do we. So just a few things that Keep Douglas County Beautiful has done, and maybe you've participated. We've done the mattress recycling event, where you come, you bring your mattress, we'll take it for free, and if you can get it over there, we'll take it for free and haul it away for you. The junk dump, which whatever you can bring, however many times you can bring it, we will take it, except tires, paint, and mattresses. And the Adopt a Spa program, which is like Adopt a Highway. Maybe you've heard of that. The Adopt a Spot, though, lets you adopt a spot. You don't have to adopt a whole highway. You don't have to adopt a whole mile. I think the minimum size for Adopt a Spot is a 1/4 mile. Wherever you want to adopt, you can do more, though, and you keep it clean. You can decorate it. You can, go out there and mow it. You can pick up the trash, whatever you want to do. Individuals can adopt a spot. Organizations can adopt a spot. And if you decide to adopt a spot, you'll get a sign that has your name or your organization on it. And, you also get cleaning supplies. So we'll give you the thing that you pick up the trash with, so you don't have to touch it. What is it called? The grabber. You'll get the grabber. You'll get the bucket. You'll get the neon thing. You'll get some supplies, so you don't have to go out of pocket to keep your area clean. Economic development. So we hear a lot. We want better restaurants. We want better shopping. And yes, we all do. So in order to get that, we have to grow our economy in the county. So just a few things that the county is doing in conjunction with our development authority. Just a few things that have come into the county. Everybody has heard about the studio, right? It's a coming, and Lionsgate is going to be the primary tenant. I believe they have 3 sound stages, an area where they build sets, some administrative places, administrative offices. It's going to be a really big campus. And what is that going to do? That's going to bring jobs to our community, hiring local folks, which helps us develop our economy, right? Also, behind that will be the trails, or near that. I can't remember the layout right now, but near the studios, there will be homes built in a mixed development of homes. And also, they're planning some restaurants and some shopping and some things like that. It'll be, the idea is for that area to be a destination. So we hope to attract people from other counties and other places to that particular area, because it'll be something very different than what we have in Douglas County already. Home Chef is out here. If you shop at Kroger and you buy any of their prepared meals, that's Home Chef, that's where they get them. And that brought a lot of jobs here, 600 jobs. And coming soon, at the bottom there, you'll see the Sam's Club e-commerce facility. That's a warehouse. It's just going to be a warehouse. And the robots are going to be pulling stuff for them. This is for online orders, so they're having a facility just to, I guess it's a fulfillment center, just to fulfill those online orders. But the robots are going to be the ones moving around there, pulling stuff off shelves. But it'll still bring about 700 jobs, is that what it says? Yeah, to our county. So again, economic development, because there will be more opportunity for our citizens. Public health. So we want everybody healthy and happy, because healthy and happy people stay here. We want you to stay here. And healthy and happy people spend more money. So we want money moving through the county too. So what is the county doing to support our public health goals? So senior services and parks, for that matter, do a lot of things to support this. Senior Services provides free food to our seniors. They provide lots of classes, like exercise classes and information classes. So does Parks and Rec. We're having a new E911 backup facility, because we do not want that to go down. We definitely need a backup. The coroner will be having a new facility. We also do blood drives, and they're telling me I have to talk faster, so I'm just going to move on. Parks and Rec. So you want more programs and you want more things to do. And we have so many things to do. So we're here at the park now. I'm sure if you talk to them before you go, they can tell you about the abundant programs that they offer. Our libraries are always offering programs for the children and adults. You can do art classes, they have book clubs, just whatever your interest is. I'm sure you can find a program over at the park or over at the library. And then, as I mentioned, my department, we do lots of things. September Saturdays is coming up. We have a series called Arts at the Courthouse, where you can come, and we have a art exhibition up right now. It runs through September 15th. It's on the 3rd floor of the courthouse. You can come see that exhibit. It's beautiful. We'll change that one out on the September 16th, and we will have another exhibit with all Hispanic artists for Hispanic Heritage Month. So there are lots of things to do, and we try to keep everything free or as low cost as possible. This brings us to our last one, transforming Douglas County government. So we know that our citizens have to use our services for some things, right? You can't go anywhere else to pay your car tag. You can't go anywhere else to get a building permit. You know, you have to deal with us. And because of that, we wanted to make a very specific effort to develop our customer service. So we've started a customer service initiative. All departments have been trained in customer service because we want to make sure our citizens are receiving the best service possible from our folks. We also have started a leadership academy so our staff can get more professional development and stay as knowledgeable about their field as they can so they can provide new services for you. And we have a KPI dashboard that will be coming online soon, key performance indicator dashboard that will be coming online soon where it'll be available to you. You can see it and come see how we're doing, all right? I'm gonna stop here because I believe this is my last slide. It is. If you have any questions for me, my card is out on the table. I also, on the table is a little strategic plan at a glance on the table, as well as information about our programs. Feel free to call me or email me, and thank you, Commissioner Robinson.
Guys, let's give Wendy Cotto. Thank you so much. And you did a great job speeding through that. Thank you so much for the and she mentioned the strategic plan. Again, we got a comprehensive plan, transportation plan, we got a financial plan, we got a transit plan. Strategic plan is 3 to 5 years out. Our annual budget is tied to that. Are we knocking off? Are we knocking it off? Are we knocking it off? There is a deliberateness to the Board of Commissioners. It's educated. It's just not randomly making decisions, just, political moments. Like, no, this thing is intentional. Based on your feedback, this is our plan. We're gonna knock it down based on the money that we got. Now, I know we've got this millage rate conversation about to come up. Hopefully y'all come out to that public hearing. Again, you have so many meetings that we know as citizens, y'all are not gonna participate in everything. You got your own life. You're surveyed out, you're inputted out. Let's keep it honest, let's keep it real. So all we can do is just keep it moving. Every 2 weeks, we gotta make a decision. All right, so what is our priorities? Well, we use these tools that you did. Whoever participated is one of those, well, if you don't vote, it don't matter. But for those who do the survey, whether it's 3, 4, 5, 10, 30, it mattered. Because at least we can say we got some. It might have been flawed, but still, it mattered that we did ask. So we know that this is important. I know this is a lot of information. We try to balance it. It's intentional. It's not always about a talking head. Let's bring you some information that you can use in your neighborhoods. Domestic violence goes on. We know stuff happens. People fight, people argue. Let's keep it up. Kids, let's be honest. How do we handle those situations? It's in our backyards. It's in our neighborhoods. Y'all talk about it online, but yet we're looking at you. The very neighborhood that it's coming out of. And so we try to do is make this more educational, make it something that we all can benefit from. But Allison, real quick, they mentioned from code enforcement to law enforcement. In Douglas County, how do we handle trash? How does that work?
So the question is, how do we handle trash, like on property and on the right of way and all
on
that?
property, or if somebody's got to pick up my sanitation, pick up my trash.
Oh, I see. So residential trash pickup, I
residential.
believe, is mostly privately contracted out, right? So per neighborhood. Oh, sorry. Thank you. So per neighborhood, you may have multiple trash providers. I think it's up to each individual resident to contract with the provider for their neighborhood.
So in Douglas County, that means that, so out of 1,000, how many subdivisions and HOAs, you're saying that everybody has to pick their own. So the city itself has its own department.
Correct.
Is that true?
Correct. As far as I understand, they have their own department. And in Douglas County, you contract out with a provider for incorporated Douglas County.
All right.
I think that's correct. That would be a Heath Cowart question, but I think that's correct.
No, I appreciate that. Well, thank you, Allison.
Sure.
So with that being said, we've got one of our local residents, a commercial provider, provides sanitation services. His name is James Barnes, and James, come on up and please share with the citizens.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is James Barnes, and to my right is Anthony Fuqua, and we're the owners of Fast Track Sanitation. Fast Track Sanitation prides itself on making sure that each and every one of our customers feel like they're getting the best service possible. We pride ourselves on great customer service and professionalism. want to make sure that every home that we endure has a great feeling or a great experience by making sure that we are professional, courteous, and polite with any occasion. We care about all of our customers at Fast Track Sanitation. We've been up and running going on 3 years now, but we take a special interest in our elderly. We can only imagine that, and when I say elderly, we're talking 73 years and older. We can only imagine that, you know, how difficult it is for an elderly person to try to drag a trash can down to the curbside to be picked up. We don't want our elderly pulling those cans because we don't want them hurting themselves. So for our elderly, we valet our elderly free of charge, which means that we go up to their front door, get their cans, dump them, and bring them back to their front door. Again, we don't want our elderly pulling those heavy cans down to the curbside. And our elderly rate is only $55 a quarter, and that comes with free valet. Again, we do not want our elderly pulling those cans, and we want to make sure our elderly is good. We also offer a special rate for our veterans and our senior citizens. Senior citizen age start at 65, so we give a 10% discount for our veterans and our senior citizens. We have a special HOA rate as well for $63 a quarter. So again, we just make sure that we just try to take care of all our customers at Fast Track Sanitation. Holiday season, when holidays roll around, it may be a delay in your trash service, which means if that holiday falls on Mondays, your trash will be picked up on that following Tuesday. In order to get in contact with Fast Track Sanitation, you can go to our website. You can go to www.fasttrash2021.com. Again, that's www.fasttrash2021.com, or you can call us at 678-218-7723. Fast Track Sanitation is a sanitation company that cares. Again, my name is James Barnes. To my right is Anthony Fuqua, and we are the owners of Fast Track Sanitation.
All right. Thank you. All right, very good. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for being here. And again, to that point, I get complaints. I mean, we look at Board of Commissioners sometimes as glorified customer service reps, because we get everything. Yeah, code enforcement, please look into this. Trash, you name it. So I've heard that quite often about people. I want to say sanitation service provider says, well, I'm not going to pick that up because that's 50 pounds. And they would leave it. Or seniors, they can't drag it down there. And it was an insensitivity that they didn't care. And I get private sector. I get you guys have to engage them and stuff. I'm like, ooh, if I was them, I'd change that. But, I mean, sometimes you need options. You need competition. Because, I mean, it's attitudinal. It's how you treat people. Like I don't treat my public safety like no batteries. Let's pay them. Let's feed them. Like, why y'all treating citizens like that? I think sometimes you got to get to know a person truly to understand where their heart is. I mean, Douglas County is a beautiful county. It needs to be protected. It should be preserved. Right, this ain't Atlanta. I get it, but what you going to do about it? I mean, this thing has, what, 70,000, when I moved here in 1990 as an adult, it was 71,000 people. Then the next 2,000, it went to what, 98. Then it went to 124. Now it's up to 146. So in my entire adult life, the population of this county has what? Doubled. But you got the same people here that have been working for 10, 20, 30 years. So our workforce didn't quite grow as fast as the population that moved in. Are y'all not paying attention? Like, you better get a plan to get ahead of this. That's why I'm like, no, you better support that public safety. I said, no, man, let's make them like military, make them their own mill. Separate that thing. Like, no, do it right. Don't misread what you're looking at. It's growing. It's just how you handle it. There's no right or wrong. But you got to be thoughtful. We're not in a vacuum, at least not in my seat on that board. We're not in a vacuum of what's going on and how we've morphed and how we've evolved, and it's okay. But you got to get ahead of it. You've got the funding. We got a 51% fund balance. Cash. Pay-go. We got no long-term, no short-term debt. What? AA2 credit rating. We're good. No external, no internal issues are going to change that. We're great. So we got this millage rate conversation. We'll weigh in. You want me to raise these salaries? You want me to lower the millage rate? We got a 6% margin. Discretionary, that's it. 6 pennies. That's it. We got salaries that takes up most of the things, operating capital is this, and a little decision making. Every year at military time, the board sits there, or every year during the budget time, and all we're arguing over when we're up there, guys, to be very, very honest, is over a penny each. It's all kabuki, it's all theater, because everything else is already baked in. It's not hard, it's where the next priority goes. It's how you move the elephant this way, move it that way. So let's be honest about the decisions that we make. But what we make, they're serious, it's just a matter of priorities. So I'm going to keep this thing moving. Thank you so much. So next up, David Good is going to come and keep us moving, David. And after David done, we've got a second half of this. We've got Senator Donjel James is on her way. She'll be here joining the Honorable Marvin Arrington Jr. from Fulton County Commission, and we're going to talk about some really chalky legislative things on the other side of this program. So David, keep us going. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Commissioner Robinson. Again, my name is David Good. I run the 2016 SPLOS Communications. This past November, the citizens of Douglas County voted for a new SPLOS. But right now, the old SPLOS has not finished out. We finished collecting money for the old SPLOS, but we have not finished all the projects. If you could look on, anytime you go through any part in the county, when you pass Lee Road, you see the work on that one. That is the 2016 SPLOS project. Right now, the collected revenues that we received in was a little south of $122 million. That's just for Douglas County locally. The full SPLOS was around $175 million. That was also included with the cities of Douglasville, Villa Rica, and as well as Austell, just the Douglas County portions of those cities. We spent about $87.4 million right now, which those are only things that's been invoiced out. We actually have some dollars that are encumbered, but we have about $34.5 million that we have left to spend, and all that's on the 2016 SPLOS. We've completed 82 projects, and we have 25 active projects as well as program management. Right here, if you guys have your phones out, the QR code that is up there, that is the one to our website, which is the 2016splos.com. I'll give you guys a minute to be able to focus in on that. Public safety, if you guys remember, the county did a strategic plan, as Commissioner Robinson as well as Wendy Cottle spoke about. Of those, there was 6 parts to it. The 2016 SPLOS actually was taking care of 3 of those. You have public safety, which we were only doing fire, EMS, and the public radio system. We also had transportation, which took care of infrastructure and economics, which number 2 and 3 on the strategic plan is transportation and economic development. Number 1 on that one is public safety. And then number 5 on that list was Parks and Rec, and we also included senior services on this one. That was 17%. Next up, these are the extra projects. If you should have the paper document that I sent out. All these are represented on there. You'll see the date of 8/15/2023. That was the date that it was updated. We made a presentation to the Board of Commissioners, then we updated right after that presentation. There's nothing that I'm going to put out without telling the Board of Commissioners first. So this is everything that's in fire EMS. The largest project that we had going on was the radio system, which if anybody's ever been in Douglas County, as soon as you get to Thornton Road, your cell phone goes out. At least mine does. Somewhere out here on 166, cell phone goes out. Well, the same thing was actually happening to our public safety personnel. This radio system we built out was able to help the radio personnel, was able to help out police. So if there's an accident on I-20, city of Douglasville and Douglas County weren't able to speak to each other. Now they can, so that is one of the positive goals. Another project that we have going on that Wendy Cottle talked about was Fire Station number 9. Fire Station number 9 is being built out there on SR 6 and Douglas Boulevard. Is that Douglas Hill Boulevard? So in that area, you will have a brand new fire station. It's going to be a 4-bay fire station, 4 vehicles, 45 firefighters. So whenever you guys think about what it takes, the SPLOS can build it, but the Douglas County and Douglas County citizens has to take care of the operation of it. Also, if you think about, we decided to do some safety pieces. We also just brought in 2 tanker trucks, one for the west part of the county, one for the east part of the county. We have rural areas where there aren't fire hydrants. So when the fire truck comes up, there's a major fire, you have to go and pump from a lake. You don't want to have to do that all the time. Now we have tanker trucks that have 3,000-gallon tank. That means that they could take care of any issues on the freeway or any issues within the rural part of the county. Next up is transportation, which is 51%. It's the larger percentages of the SPLOS. If you go up and down Lee Road first was resurfaced because Lee Road was in very bad condition. Whenever you went down that road, it was very bumpy. The Board of Commissioners decided this is important because we were tired of people's cars getting messed up, and then they would come in and have to get it fixed. But now Lee Road is being widened. The first part of the widening that the 2016 SPLOS take care of goes from the I-20 bridge over Lee Road out to south over there to SR 92, which is Fairburn Road. So that area is being widened. We also have some design money that's going to go the other way, which is going to take us from I-20 over there to 78, making that curve onto South Sweetwater to 78. So that's another one. And then also we're doing some right-of-way for the extension going from SR 92 onto Beaumar, and then Beaumar will take it on to Chapel Hill, and then from Chapel Hill to Bright Star. So that's going to be that, that connector that we're going to have. So right now, the SPLOS is taking care of a lot of the county's needs. We did resurfacing every year. I'm not sure if you guys have ever been to one of our meetings, but not too long ago, Commissioner Robinson, how much did Suleiman say that it costs per mile just to resurface? Was that about, was it 4 million, I believe?
400,000.
Yeah, 400,000 just to do 1 mile. And Commissioner Robinson always says there's 773 center miles in Douglas County. So imagine that it takes $400,000 per mile. So just keep that in mind whenever you think about, hey, what's the county paying for? Just know one of those main goals is roads. We also did bridges. I'm not sure if you guys remember the flood in 2009. It wiped out a culvert over there in, oh, I'm sorry, can you guys hear me now? Oh, that's a whole lot better. Sorry about that. Yes, so we have the culvert that was wiped out in 2009. That culvert has been replaced. It's over there in the Whitestone area. So we were able to, they weren't able to actually sell their homes over there. The property value went down. As soon as it was built, I saw actually 4 more homes go up just because of that one thing that we were able to do for the citizens of the Whitestone area over there in District 4. And then finally, we have Parks and Rec. This building that you guys are sitting in right now is one of the buildings that was built by the SPLOS. Thank you very much. So this building actually started out being about 25,000 square feet. After we were able to do all the value engineering, everything you could do for a building, this building ended up at 32,000 square feet. Of course, we have the 2 basketball courts with a walking track over top, playground equipment for the kids outside, as well as some workout equipment outside. Also for our seniors, I'm 50 in a few days, and so therefore 5 years from now I'll be able to go over there to that senior center that we were able to put out. So, you know, people always say you don't look to getting older, but trust me, you know, you have a facility like the new senior center in Lithia Springs, you're going to want to go there. I mean, if you haven't checked it out, they have an indoor pool, walk around track, workout equipment, place for you to do yoga or some of those Zoom. I see my mom over there, and I saw a video of her doing some dancing. I'm like, I don't remember my mama dancing like that, but they have those opportunities over there. We also were able to do some upgrades to all the different parks. We did concessions over here. We also did concessions at Bill Arp, Fair Play. We did the dugouts and the fields. So when people talk about what is it they want in their community, they wanted safety. We're doing part of that. They wanted roads to be better, sidewalks. We're doing sidewalks right here coming from the high school over to this building. So we're going to make sure that there's a safe place for our young people. And then at the same time, we made sure that we did upgrading in our parks. So those were very important pieces that we have. Here we're showing some of the collaboration that we're able to do. All these projects that you see on here are the major projects per those categories. And we made sure that not only did we have larger companies doing some of the work, we have local companies doing some of the work. On that transportation one at the bottom is a culvert, that Whitestone culvert. That was done by a local minority firm right here in Douglas County. Me saying local and right here in Douglas County, that's kind of like sounds different, but we do include local as those businesses that actually have an office here in Douglas County, or they're doing major things here in Douglas County. So on the fire EMS, the one at the top is the radio system. The one at the bottom is the location, as I mentioned earlier, the new fire station. Over at transportation at 51%, the top one is the Lee Road widening, and the bottom one, as I said before, is the culvert. And then Parks and Rec, the top one is the senior center, and the bottom one is the multipurpose center. Now, when we think about the dollars coming in, what about the vendors? Well, we have 177 total vendors. 65 of those vendors are right here in Douglas County. Another 57 of them are right outside of Douglas County. We also consider them local because they do employ a lot of Douglas County residents. They also have people in leadership that actually work for those firms, and some of them actually started those firms. So we do consider those local. We have another 27 that's outside of our 30-mile radius, and then the rest are out of the state. And they're working on 108 total projects. Again, 82 of them are completed, and another 26 are active, which are 25 active projects plus project management. Here is the information for DBEs. One of the things that the Board of Commissioners really pushed on, especially when Madam Carthen, my Vice Chair, came over the procurement committee, it was a real push of making sure that Douglas County was totally inclusive. So Commissioner Robinson, along with Madam Vice Chair, made sure that we push for DBEs, which stands for Disenfranchised Business Enterprises. You also want to make sure that minority numbers are counted in there because we didn't have an official number for those. So this right here actually tells you about how to become a DBE. What is a DBE? You have two things that most people don't realize is that for DBEs, there is a financial piece. You can't have more than $24 million, coming in on a 3-year annual, and your net income cannot be more than $1.32 million. You could be a minority firm, but if you're above those two thresholds, you are not considered a disenfranchised business enterprise. Everything else that's in what is also on this list is your actual minority status. If you're considered any of the disenfranchised statuses within this country, you can become a DBE as long as you represent those financial goals and that you actually own 51% or more of the company. It cannot be 50-50 like a husband and wife, 50-50. That doesn't work. It has to be showing 51%. So that's that DBE portion of it. And with that, that is my time. I'll take Commissioner Robinson's direction to see if I need to answer any questions.
No,
Thank you, sir.
Let's give David Good a real hand clap. No, all right, so let's I'm going to keep this going because we're going to transition into the next segment. So, David Good, so you mentioned something about, right, there's 773 center miles, all right, and we historically have never set aside money to resurface our roads. So back to the sprawl, back in the 80s, all the tributaries and the Brookmonts and all the older communities, think about it. Your roads have not been paved until I came along. They haven't been paved. So now they're crumbling. You've been in your community all this time, it never has. But it costs $400,000 a mile. $400,000 for a mile. All right, so this year, the Board of Commissioners just did it, this current resurfacing group, each commission district gets 1 mile. All we could set aside was $1.6 million. We're talking about real cash out of our checking account. And without that SPLOS, that's where we get the real work done, the real capital. You cannot support public safety and infrastructure in property taxes. You can't get there. This is why the state, in their wisdom, allowed us, all local municipalities, to do SPLOS and even a T-SPLOS to give you room. If you guys think that's important, then you weigh in and you vote, you pass by referendum, we go get it. We get it done. But let's keep this honest. That's why, for the most part, until that we started using those mechanisms like a SPLOS, you only did what you could do. Right? You only had this much to work with. You did what you did. So again, we try to keep this real and keep it honest, make sure it's an educational platform of why we make the decisions that we make. Some people have more insight than others, and this is all supposed to normalize things. So I'm going to keep this session moving, David. Good. One more question for you, David. Yes. All right. But the 2022 SPLOS is passed. One more time, how much money are we putting into public safety, and who's in that bucket?
The amount that we put into public safety, I believe, is 40%, which is, if you think of just layman's terms, $40 million. And who's in there would be fire, sheriff's office, 911, EMS, the guy in the back, code enforcement, and then there's one more. Coroner, yes. So those are everything that's going to be out of public safety.
So 40% in that, all right, so the next bucket was what? Infrastructure, transportation, how much is going in there, sir?
That's going to be $27.4 million goes into that area.
So 27.4. So the first loss that he was talking about, 50% or 51% went to transportation.
Yes.
And 30 what?
32% went to fire and EMS.
We flip-flopped them because the party said, You know, transportation is important, but we made public safety number one. So public safety now has 40% of the current SPOS. How much is transportation?
Transportation is 27.4.
27.4. Based on your feedback, we recalibrated. We heard how much is Parks and Rec Library?
That one is going to be 24.8.
24.8. So you see how I shifted? Priorities in the last one?
I believe it's 11% goes towards
Facilities. Maintenance buildings. The fleet building burned down. You know we got to replace that stuff, right, guys? At market rate. Building 30 years old, it goes up in flames. Your insurance ain't gonna cover all that. That means you got to go into your fund balance. We do know how to do this. And we're looking forward to sort of addressing that, but without the citizens, without you guys, we wouldn't be able to maintain this county like this. So, David, thank you so much, man. We're going to, again, thank you so much. We're going to keep this going. Next up, we're going to our second half. Now, this is when we get into the deep meat. I've got the pleasure and honor of introducing the Honorable Marvin Arrington Jr. from Fulton County Board of Commissioners. I think he has as much tenure as I do. How many terms? 4?
This is the third.
Okay, yeah, that's right. You're a little behind me. Okay, all right, I got it. But he is very senior. He is a super lawyer. Has been in Georgia Trend magazine, all over Atlanta Business Journal. Just really a fantastic person. But he has a heart for this topic right here. And when he gets up here and tells you how he got into this and why this platform was important, because it was him and Lisa Cupid, when he came to us in Savannah one time, said, would y'all join me in helping me do this roundtable to educate citizens on HOAs? He has a lived experience. And so we got it. And he's expanded this program to almost, at least 13 counties around the metro. And so it's a very important topic that we thought was important. And he's going to distinguish the difference between what it means to be in a covenant and a constitution, all those good things. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm hand clap to the Honorable Marvin Arrington Jr., Commissioner of Fulton County.
Good morning, everyone. Going to be using my seat.
Yeah, we are filming this, so can you speak right into it?
Good morning. It is a pleasure to be here with you all here in Douglas County for the 8th Annual HOA Bootcamp. It is amazing. We started this thing about 10 years ago, the HOA Alliance and the HOA Bootcamp in South Fulton, and we quickly realized that the same issues we were facing in South Fulton were being faced in Douglas and Cobb, Clayton, and all around the state. So we went out on Nextdoor. How many people have heard of the Nextdoor app? Some people like it, some people not so much. But when it first started about 10 years ago, it was very new. It was a great tool, and it was a way for us to talk across subdivision lines. One of the things that we found, and my founder, Carell Driscoll, co-founder, Carell Driscoll's in the back, and I see our state senator just walked in. Good to see you, as always. One of the things we found were that the builders and developers were talking across subdivision lines, but the homeowners were not. And the answers to the questions that we had in our subdivision were in the subdivision next door and the subdivision down the street and around the corner, because they had already been through what we had been through, right? And so it has just been a great opportunity for us to pay it forward, right? For those that helped us. We basically started a nonprofit because we wanted to help others. We were frustrated in our subdivision, and we're looking for answers regarding transition at the time from the developer to the homeowners, when it was required, what were the rules, are there any basic standards for turning over, for the developer turning over the subdivision. And so it has been a pleasure to work with Commissioner Robinson through the years. He actually sent me one group subdivision where, right here in Douglas County, the developer, the declaration said that the developer's right to control the board expired either when the entire subdivision was sold out or in 20 years. Well, it had been 26 years, and the developer was still in control of the subdivision and had not transitioned it to the homeowners. And so we made a demand on behalf of the homeowners for the transition of the control of the board of directors, and we were successful in allowing the homeowners to take control of their association. There are so many different things going on, and Commissioner Robinson and Senator James have been very helpful in trying to get the law changed here in the state of Georgia, but we need your help. We need you all to help contact your state legislators. They need help down there. In the state of Georgia, there are over, I believe, over 2 million Georgians living in over 10,000 and maybe up to like 12,000 community associations. Community association is a HOA, a condo association, maybe a mobile home association. But so you got over 2 million Georgians living in over 10 to 12,000 different community associations. You know who knows how many different sets of rules there are for those 10,000 or 12,000 associations? 10 to 12,000 different sets of rules.
Yes, sir.
And so that is the problem. There's no uniformity. You've got 10,000 different associations with 10,000 different sets of rules. How in the world would anyone know what to do or what is going on, right? So that's part of why we started this as well, basically just to help educate and train homeowners on the rules. Because if everyone knows the rules, then everyone can do, can work together better, right? People either love their HOA or hate their HOA. Let me see, how many people do we have that might be board members in their HOA in the room? Congratulations and condolences. You have been elected for the rest of your life. You will not be able to leave the board because there will never ever be a quorum. So you will serve until you can serve no more. Seriously, we really have to, we do need your help trying to attack these things on the state level and to try to get some change. And Senator James has proposed a bill, and certainly we're going to be calling on all of our different associations in all the counties. Like Commissioner Robinson said, we do these in Cobb, Clayton, DeKalb, Henry, Fayette, because we need rule change, we need uniformity. There should not be any objection to people passing over the records from one board to the next board, right? That should be mandatory. If you create an email box that's called our association email at gmail.com, you don't own that. You didn't create it on behalf of yourself. You created it on behalf of the association. You have a fiduciary duty when you serve in a role and you create an email, clubhousereservations@yahoo.com. That's not Marvin Arrington's email, and Marvin Arrington shouldn't want to hold on to it. He should want to pass it down because it belongs to the association. It's association property. If I created that email address, I did it in my role as an officer of the organization, okay? And so I'll stop there as a brief intro while we were, I was getting expert technical assistance on getting this PowerPoint set up. Thank you guys so much. And we, this one talks about covenants, enforcements. We know we had code enforcement earlier. And so the basic difference is the code is the county code. And your covenants are your covenants. Now, some people say, let me be precise. It is the Declaration of Protective Covenants, okay? And so the Declaration of Protective Covenants is a contract between you and your association, okay? It's recorded with the county. So what happens is someone goes out and buys some land, go out and buy 100 acres. And then I say, I declare I want all houses in this land to be pink. These are the rules. I go record that with the county. And if you buy a house in that 100 acres, your house has to be pink, because that's the declaration that I've made. All right? There are two central documents in any community association. The first is the Declaration of Protective Covenants. The second is the bylaws. All right? The Declaration of Protective Covenants runs with the land. It is the use and land restrictions on the land within the 100 acres, okay? The bylaws are the rules for operating the association. When are meetings held? When are elections held? Who's eligible to run, okay? So bylaws govern the association, its meetings, elections, and rules, and the Declaration of Protective Covenants governs the land and use restrictions on the land within the declared area. Goes on, so if you live in a community association, it is absolutely essential that you read your Declaration of Protective Covenants and your bylaws. If you're like me, my ex-wife said that's the house we're getting. It didn't matter whether I read it or not, that was the house we were getting, okay? But you need to familiarize yourself with the rules. It is virtually, and Lord forgive me, it's virtually your Bible. It is your Bible for your HOA. It is what you need to know in order to be able to run the association. Typically, there is a governing board. Typically, it is a Georgia nonprofit corporation, but typically it does not have IRS 501c3 status, right? But it is, in fact, typically a Georgia nonprofit corporation. Covenants, you have covenants. The covenants are the rules which govern. So if you're going to have rules, then you have to have a process in place for what happens if someone violates the rules, right? And so you have to have those. Typically, they are spelled out in your Declaration of Protective Covenants. A lot of times, you might be able to do a fine, but typically, you can't do a fine until you've first written a warning notice or a letter and brought it to the homeowner's attention, right? First thing you got to do is put someone on notice. Comes back to due process, Commissioner Robinson. You got to put someone on notice that they are in violation of the rules. So you put them on notice that they're in violation of the rules, cite the rule that they are in violation of, and give them an opportunity to correct that before implementing a fine. It's very important, particularly if you're on the board, that you follow the procedure for warnings and violations to the T as outlined in the Declaration of Protective Covenants, because if you don't and you go to court and the homeowner says, well, wait, you sent me a fine, but you never sent me a warning letter. The Declaration of Protective Covenants is what? A contract. If you don't follow the rules, if you're on the board and the association does not follow the procedure for implementing a fine, you're in breach of the contract. And you might not be able to collect that fine. And so you need to make sure that you're following that procedure as best as you can. You'll see here typically there's reporting and confirmation. If you're on the board, you want to track and document what you've done. I didn't get no letter. Y'all didn't send me no letter. Sir, did you get this notice on this date? Is this your signature? Right? So if you're on the board, you want to make sure you're dotting your I's and crossing your T's. Obviously, we talked about fines. There also could be attorney's fees added. There also could be other things, suspending of privileges from voting, right? If you haven't paid your dues, typically, or let me back up, most of these community associations have mandatory membership. If you buy within the 100 acres, you are a member, a mandatory member of the association, and you must pay your dues. Well, they didn't open the pool. Too bad. You still have to pay your dues. If they didn't open the pool, then you need to write a letter and say, hey, you didn't open the pool, but that does not excuse you from not paying your dues. You have to pay your dues. It's mandatory. Now, briefly, Commissioner Robinson, I will say, and Senator James, I know she knows about this, State of Georgia got $354 million from the U.S. Treasury to help people with their mortgages, mortgage assistance program. Why did I bring that up? Guess what they also pay? HOA dues, back HOA dues. So if you were behind in your HOA dues, if you're on the board and there are homeowners in your subdivision that are behind, let them know that the state has money. It doesn't matter whether the money comes from them or whether it comes from the state. If you're the HOA, you just want the money, right? And I think they've only spent, I think as of December of last year, they had only spent about $54 million. They still had $300 million going into January of this year. I don't know what the number is now, and it also applies for back utility bills as well. Yes, ma'am. Yes, how do you apply for the question was, how do you apply for the Georgia Mortgage Assistance Program? The website is georgiamortgageassistance.ga.gov. georgiamortgageassistance.ga.gov. And this was a result of CARES Act funding and making sure that, as a result of COVID, people were out of work, people falling behind, and so that money is available. And if we don't use it, Georgians, it's going back. It's going back to the federal government. So please spread the word. If you have homeowners that are behind, help them help you, and share that information with them.
Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Erickson, look, real quick, something you just said, I want you to drive home this point and distinguish, and you can appreciate this. So I'm a commissioner. These are my citizens. I have a constitution that we have to interact with them, right? I have to go to training and education to get this pen to show I know what I'm doing when we are on the Board of Commissioners. Now, distinguish the difference between the Board of Directors for an HOA. They're imposing the same fees, taxes, whatever you want on them. But there's an exchange. Where's the visibility in financials? Because I'm hearing that this HOA association is imposing like a Board of Commissioners, but where's the regulation and how do you distinguish? Can you clarify that point? Because that's what I hear quite often, that point right there, where you're telling the citizens what to do, you need to conform, but the issue is who has the authority, which is the HOA. Help us with that right there.
Absolutely. So yes, the board of the association So let's back up. The Georgia Nonprofit Code, Georgia Nonprofit Corporation Code, is what authorizes these associations to exist. And so these associations are governed by that Georgia Nonprofit Corporation Code, first and foremost, all right?
Yep.
And so the rules for transparency for any association are first outlined in the Georgia Nonprofit Corporation Code. And if there is any conflict between your declaration of protective covenants, or if there's any conflict between any rule of the association and the Georgia law trumps that, right? So, and frankly, even county law or city law will trump the contract, right? The contract is subject to the laws, okay? If there is a specific conflict, typically they're pretty aligned. You'll see a lot of the same things as far as grass height from code enforcement and different things like that. And so, so the answer to your question is the Georgia Nonprofit Corporation Code governs that. There's a process for requesting copies of the books and records that's outlined in the Georgia Nonprofit Corporation Code. You simply have to make a request, but you need to read the code because it's important. You have to tell them why you're making the request. You have to let them know that it's not being done, that there's a legitimate purpose for the request, and that the request is not being done, lightly or just to be done, but there is a legitimate business purpose for the request. And you have to be specific in the records that you request. Associations are only required to maintain records for 3 years. And that's if you can get them from the past board member. Out of our clubhouse email that was created for the community, right? So if you can get those records from the past board, they are there. So the rules the rules for transparency are there, but you are absolutely correct, Commissioner Robinson. The board of the association operates just like the board of county commissioners, right? Or any board of any organization. It's a company, just like any other company that has a board. The board set the policy, and then they typically hire staff to execute on their behalf. Now, the only difference, and it's not much of a difference, the only difference is typically these nonprofit association, homeowners associations, typically hire a management company instead of hiring a lot of staff. They typically don't have the money to hire a full staff to support them. So they hire a management company, and that management company virtually serves as the staff for that HOA. But so back to the violation process, because that's back to transparency, right? You've got to give notice, you've got to give someone an opportunity, and you want to check your bylaws, because some bylaws and some covenants require a hearing before you can fine someone, before you can suspend someone's right to vote, before you can tow their car, or the favorite for getting dues paid, lock them out of the pool. No pool access for them and the kids for the summer until they pay their dues, right? But you might have to do a hearing first. You might have to offer them the opportunity for a hearing, and typically you also have to offer them an opportunity to cure before you can go forward. Collections, the next part of collections, if they don't cure, if they don't pay the fine, right? I get homeowners like that all the time. They're, haven't been able to pay the fine, and then you get to a lawsuit. And so now the association might be suing you, and you don't want to be in that position, because guess what the association is going to do? The association is going to hire a lawyer to sue you, and they're going to bill the cost of hiring that lawyer to you on your account that's already past due. All right? And so as best you can, you want to try to work out something. Mr. Driscoll and I, we wound up taking over our association. We didn't like the way it was going. We ran for the board, took over our association, and as a result, we were able, in the first 6 months, we saved $100,000. We stopped paying the lawyer fees. We stopped paying the management fees. A lot of this is about demystifying the process, Commissioner Robinson. Demystifying the process. How many bills do you think a HOA pays each month? Maybe some water, maybe electric, maybe gas. What's that? Lawn maintenance. Okay, we're up to 4 bills. Pool maintenance, we're up to 5 bills. Insurance, we're up to 6 bills. Okay, bookkeeping, maybe attorneys, we're up to 8. No more than 10 bills. So guess what we did? We put them on bill pay with the bank. I don't know about you. How many people would like for me to manage their money for them? I don't really need a management company to come manage my money for me. Now, it's good to have a management company as a buffer, okay? But they're 10 bills at best. You put them on bill pay. Now, what else is there to do? What else are they getting paid for? I digressed. Back to the lawsuit. You want to try to avoid a lawsuit if you can, right? Filing a lawsuit is the last thing you want. If you can avoid it, avoid it. If you can work out a payment plan. So, and that one of the other ways we were able to work out or save the $100,000, we went to everyone in our subdivision and we said, you know what? We're going to work out, we're going to waive all late fees, we're going to waive all fines. As long as you call us and work out a payment plan in the next 30 days, we waive everything. All you owe is your actual money due. That worked. We got a nice bump of people paying the money due because they felt like, hey, the association was making a move towards them. And then at the end of the 30 days, guess what? We ran the same 30-day special again, all right? And so we did that for 3 months, 30 days at a time, because we didn't want to, if you tell people 90 days, they're going to wait till the 90th day, right? So we gave them 30 days at a time. We extended it for 3 months, and we brought virtually everyone into compliance. We got up to about 90% compliance. And you didn't even have to make a payment. Just make a payment plan with us, right? And so that way we were able to bring people into the community, get them involved, and avoid the cost of lawsuits and lawyers. And it's probably the neighborly thing to do. Just because you're on the board doesn't mean that you're not neighbors anymore. And so there might be a neighborly way to resolve a lot of these issues without filing a lawsuit. If there is a lawsuit filed on you, you want to make sure that you file an answer within 30 days of when you are served. What are some of the defenses to such a lawsuit? Well, perhaps I got one where a guy cut down some trees 10 years ago. And they came in and they sent him a letter and said, hey, you cut down these trees. And he said, you're right, I did. But that was 10 years ago. There's nothing you can do about it now, okay? And so statute of limitations could be one. Selective enforcement could be another defense. You're not letting me build a boat dock, but my neighbor has a boat dock. Allison, how did you get a boat dock and I don't have a boat dock? Why can't I have a boat dock? Perhaps the rule might be vague or or indefinite, right? It may be too hard to understand the rule. There could be a non-consenting owner. A lot of times what you hear everyone is talking about now is the POA, Senator James. Everybody's talking about the POA. Does anybody know what a POA is? Power of attorney, that's a good one. Property Owners Association. POA. Wow, now we got the HOA, we got the COA, we got the Mobile Home Association, now we got the POA. And so in Georgia, there's the Georgia Condominium Act. And so condominiums have virtually been carved out of HOAs, and they are their own specific entities, typically because they have shared. You're in a building where you're going to share a roof, and you're going to share exterior walls. You might share an elevator, right? And you're going to have, your ceiling might be someone else's floor. And so condominiums have their own act. HOAs, oddly enough, most HOAs are not subject to the POA, the Property Owners Association Act. The Condominium Act establishes an automatic lien against your property in a condominium. Most HOAs there is no HOA Act. How about that? There is a Condominium Act. There is a Georgia Property Owners Association Act, but there is no Georgia HOA Act. So most HOAs are subject to the Georgia Real Property Code, Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, as well as the Georgia Nonprofit Corporation Code, as we discussed earlier. And so that leaves a little bit of room for interpretation, right? And so what happened is the Property Owners Association Act is an attempt to get HOAs to be more like the Condominium Act. What happens with the Property Owners Association Act? So if in an HOA, if you don't pay your bills, association has a lien on your house. Some people don't care about liens on their houses. Some people say, I'm gonna live here till I die. They can have it when I die. And so the Property Owners Association Act gives the HOA an ability to collect without waiting until somebody dies on that lien, okay? They can collect on the lien without waiting until the homeowner dies or transfers the property. So if you are on a board and responsible for collections, you might like the Property Owners Association Act because it gives the association the ability to foreclose on your lien. However, if you are a homeowner, you might not like it quite as much. Now, the association is there to protect your interests. They're there to protect the value of your home. So you should like it, but if you're on the receiving end of that lien, you might not like it quite as much. Also, another defense to covenant enforcement violation, this could be a violation of the Fair Housing Act. You know, again, defenses, lack of notice, selective enforcement, ambiguity or vagueness, violation of due process. You know, lawsuits get tricky and they get expensive, right? So after somebody files a lawsuit, you have 30 days to file an answer, and then typically after that, you'll have 6 months of discovery. 6 months to discover everything about what the other side is doing and for them to discover about what you're doing. And then after discovery, you've got motions. Motion for summary judgment. Motion to dismiss. Somewhere along the way, you may have a mediation. Mediation is an opportunity for the parties to determine if they can resolve the issues themselves without having someone like a judge or an arbitrator come in and make that determination for them. Mediation allows the parties to work out something themselves, and I guarantee you, 9 times out of 10, you working out a deal yourself is going to be better than what a judge that doesn't know anything about the two parties hearing something for the first time in one day. Likely you'll get a better judge resolution if you work it out yourself. If you're not able to resolve it, then you have a trial, a judgment, and you know, depending on where you go from there, there could be an appeal. There could be an appeal of that judgment, and it could go on and drag on. Appeal to the Court of Appeals, the Supreme Court of Georgia. And so a lot of times lawsuits, people have limited resources. 90% of all lawsuits settle. And the reason 90% of all lawsuits settle is because people don't have the money or the time to keep fighting, right? It's expensive, unless you're billing the legal fees to someone else. And even when you're billing the legal fees to someone else, you still have to pay them in the interim. I will stop there, and I'll stop there and take any questions. If you have any questions, happy to do my best to answer them. Yes, ma'am. We're going to get you a mic so that we can get your question on the record.
What if your HOA, the board, and the leaders and the officers violate their own bylaws and the covenant that's stated into that constitution or that agreement between the board and the homeowners? How do you proceed with an action against that?
So I think the short answer is that you have the ability to file a suit for breach of contract. Again, the governing documents, Declaration of Protective Covenants, the bylaws, any other rules of the association are a contract between the association and its homeowners. And if that contract is being violated by you, the association is definitely, or not definitely, but they certainly have the right, definitely have the right to come after you for you violating the rules. And if they violate the rules, likewise, you or any other homeowner has the ability to go after the association. I saw a couple board members. Do you all know if your board has E&O insurance? E&O insurance or D&O insurance? So if you are on a board, serving in a board, the county provides it for us, Senator James, for Douglas County for Commissioner Robinson and Fulton County for me. But if you are on a board, it is called E&O insurance, or sometimes it's called D&O insurance. What it technically is directors and officers insurance, or errors and omissions insurance for directors and officers. And it is insurance so that if you're serving on the board, someone can't come sue you for your house or for your money. So if you're on a board, the first thing you want to make sure that that association board has is E&O insurance, errors and omissions insurance for directors and officers, all right? That's the first thing. The second thing you want to get is insurance for the property, right? The pool, the clubhouse, and all that stuff. So I hope that answers your question, but yes, you have the ability to sue. Perhaps you can write and talk to them, you know, hopefully, these are your neighbors, hopefully you can have a conversation, you know, at the clubhouse or at the pool or somewhere, and say, hey, what's going on with this, right? Because again, litigation should always be your last option. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. This has been very informative for me. I do have a couple questions related to modifying your covenants. Can you go into a little bit of detail? Our covenants are 30-plus years old, and they're not of good document for today's environment. And we're looking to go through the process of modifying and upgrading our covenants. What's your best suggestion on how to do that?
How many homes in your subdivision?
134.
34?
134.
134. Okay, well that's not too bad. So in order to modify the Declaration of Protective Covenants or the bylaws, you need 2/3 of owners to sign off on that modification. 2/3 in order to alter the Declaration of Protective Covenants or the bylaws. Now, rules, you know, the board could adopt a rule to say no short-term rentals, right? Or to limit the number of short-term rentals. So the rules can change from board to board, right? Okay. Kind of like we see with the president, right? There's an executive decision, right? Obama wrote one, Trump wiped it out, Biden brought it back. Well, those change from board to board, from president to president. But the bylaws and the Declaration of Protective Covenants require 2/3 of all homeowners in order to make a change, right? And so if you want to change from a regular HOA to a POA, you will need at least 2/3 of all homeowners to approve that change, because that will be a change that would change the Declaration of Protective Covenants.
And how best to do that? Is a survey monkey good enough, or do you have to have it in writing? Do you have to have a written vote? What's usually the recognized process or recognized documentation, I guess?
So I think you said 130 homes?
Yeah.
So my math is not that good.
90. Yep.
Need 90? All right, I trust your math over. So what she said is correct. I'm the numbers though, like I'm 120 and right, but so maybe that's why my numbers are off. But when I think about 90 is like 75% of 120. So maybe that does, with 134, maybe that does do it. But yeah, you need at least 66 and 2/3% of the homeowners. You need to have it in writing. It needs to be signed by them. You need to something that could stand up in court, something that could be subject to cross-examination by each of those homeowners. Did you sign this? Is this your signature? Did you approve of converting from an HOA to a P of A, right? And so that is what is needed in order to in order to make a change to a bylaw or covenant of the association.
Okay, you brought up another area called rules. For example, if you wanted to limit the number of rental properties in your homeowners association, can you do that? Is that a rule, or is that going to have to be a bylaw change?
So I think the board can adopt any rule that does not conflict with the covenants, with the direct declaration of protective covenants, nor the bylaws. So typically, I won't say typically, sometimes associations will have leasing restrictions. But most of these associations, as you stated, were created 20, 30 years ago before anybody knew what Airbnb or short-term rental was. Okay? Now, there are other ways to do it. When we lost our code enforcement guy, but Allison will tell you, I would argue it's no longer a single-family home. I would argue that it's a violation of zoning and that it's a hotel. The house, the use of the house has changed from a single-family residence to the use of a hotel motel. Now, some might be able to argue, well, we're still only doing one single family at a time. So the use might still be single family, but we shall see, right? Time will tell as these things continue, because guess what? What you're talking about, you have to be very careful, because what you're talking about is taking my property. And the U.S. Constitution says you cannot take my life, liberty, or property without due process of law. And I bought that property just to rent it out. That's why I bought it, and I have the right to do that. So we have to be very careful as we talk about infringing on people's constitutional rights. We want to tread lightly in that regard.
Great, thank you.
This is where her concern is. A large homeowners association has imposed no more than 10% rentals in the subdivision. And it's a fairly large subdivision.
Right.
That's what the concern is.
Right.
And so right now they've got 12 or 13% rentals. So a lot of people are not going to be able to collect rent. I think.
Yeah, yeah.
So very good point. You know, so if you look at Fannie Mae and the loan companies, there's a certain percentage that they have that will turn your community from a single family community to a rental community if you go over a certain percentage. So I think as a board member, you have a compelling reason to adopt such a policy so that your community can remain a single-family residential community versus being perceived by the lending market as a rental community.
Well, I think on Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, those are typically for condominiums, not single-family communities. Those percentages.
That may be the case, but I think either way there's a dividing line or a percentage line that will change a community to a rental community versus an owner-occupied community, right? And so I think as a result, there could be a compelling interest in limiting the number of rentals. What I have done and what I have advised my associations that go over, you said it was limited to 10 and they're at 12 or 13%. Hey, we're over the limit. If you want to rent, you're going to have to pay extra money. This is our limit. We're gonna allow you to do it. We're not gonna stop your rental. We're not gonna stop you from making money off. You bought this just to rent it? Okay, no problem. But you're gonna have to pay us an extra $250 a month.
But along,
Like a homeowners association with $600 a year in association fees, to say $250 a month, that you are having a rental property in a single-family home. To me,
Well, I think each board would determine, right? Each board would determine what that amount might be. Maybe that amount is only $50 or $100 a month in that community, right? Because they're only paying $600 a year. So that's an absolutely fair point.
But I think for Douglas County, the concern is we've had a lot of influx of investors. And, you know, there are a couple of, I think Atlanta Regional Commission says that maybe 30% of our rental housing is owned by 6 companies. So, you know, it's that fear.
He is absolutely right. There are developers and builders now that are building subdivisions solely to rent out.
Correct. Yep.
Will not sell you a house
Yep.
if you tried.
Okay, I want to take that.
All right, we'll take.
Let me get,
Okay.
But let me address this real quick with this, because I'm listening. Right, are y'all paying attention? What did I say earlier? Don't let them come in here if you're not paying attention. So the very thing you're going through in your HOA, your covenant, your conversation, I'm having to do at the county level. And we got to work together like, all right, guys, talk to me. I can go to Allison like, I don't want this in my district. Home rule, no. Selective, no. But as a county, my peers like, all right, y'all, okay, y'all gonna let them come on in here. People want to rent their properties. Let's keep the conversation honest. I got to shift it just a little bit and say, okay, but it's your property. I'm gonna rent my room to my nephew. I'm gonna rent my room to whatever. I'm gonna rent my house. So we're balancing what your idealism is versus the reality of the day-to-day person. It's my house, it's my property. Back up. And it's balancing it. It's always about a balance. It's not about the imposition of power. That's why I'm really, when I'm hearing it, the HOA, the directors, guys, y'all be imposing, but where's your visibility? Where's your financials? Where's your board of directors meeting? Where's your real conversation? So and while y'all are having this conflict, and I know the senator's going to come, because there needs to be some regulatory, like, guys, this is going to get, y'all gonna let this get away from y'all. Y'all don't see this coming. Them developers are coming. I mean, you got the tiny homes. You got the rental properties. The model has shifted already. It's already shifted. So the question, Alice always looks at me like, all right, you know, I give it a nod, like, well, like, okay, I'll let it go. So I need us to have a real conversation. I need to keep this going because I got to bring the senator up. So Commissioner Arrington, go ahead and finish out real quickly.
Take 2 last questions and then I'm done.
Okay, I just want to go through that scenario. So you're saying, let's just say the threshold is 10 houses, right? So number 11 comes in as a rental. Why is that person or that property being punished where the other 10 aren't? And how does the owner of that property even know that they're number 11 so that they are going to have to pay more because it's over the threshold?
Well, I would submit to you, one of the things that's good about management companies, they taught us how to do profit centers. I would submit to you that the association could, one, create a profit center by having leasing application process. So if you want to lease, you must submit an application. We're going to charge you $50 or $100 for each application. It may or may not be denied, but there's, you know, $50 or $100 for someone to review your application, to keep a list of those. So we need to know which properties are being rented, and we need to know who the renters are. We need to know who the owners are. We need to be able, we might need to be able to contact the owner about the renter.
That fee's $300.
$300 in your subdivision? Application to register is $300.
Application to register is a
Required
required registration.
registration, $300. That sounds like a profit center to me. All right. So you do that, and so you have, by doing that, you have a list. You create that list of those, you know who's renting, you know how to contact them, and so I think that is, you know, why you do that.
They're second-class citizens because you have to have their registration number for their auto and their phone number, whoever those tenants are, because they're not good people, they're tenants.
Well, they're.
I'm sorry,
Well, we're all residents. We're all residents, and you know.
We don't do it for the homeowners. It's only for the tenants because they're second-class people.
Well, I don't know that I would agree that they're second-class people.
Well, we've got a $300 fee.
Well,
Keep track of them, to know that they're tenants.
well, yes, because the owners you can find and track down because you got the property tax records, right?
Don't track down the owners of that house,
Right.
but you don't keep.
But it may be the person renting the house that is the problem, and we may be able to short circuit it. I mean, sometimes the owner may be away or absent. Yep. Yeah. Sometimes they may be away or absent. Last question.
Two, how does the members, when you have an HOA board, board of directors, vote using the Facebook page as a means of informational purpose to the membership, how do you go about handling that situation? And two, when they avoid the membership from going to attending the meeting without a quorum vote on that, allowing the members to not attend a board meeting?
So I would submit to you that I believe that members can attend any and all board meetings. I would submit to you that members are entitled to notice of any and all board meetings. However, members are not able to participate at a board meeting. Now, at the annual meeting is when the members are allowed to participate. Now, what we did in our association, Mr. Driscoll and I, we did it similar to what we do on the county level. We offered public comment. So although people could not participate per se in the meeting, we did at least allow an opportunity for some form of participation by allowing people to be able to speak, okay? I think that addresses your question. I might have lost a little bit in there. Did that answer the question? Okay. Well, thank you so much, Commissioner Robinson.
Thank you, guys. Let's give him a hand clap, guys. You're honorable. You got to stick around. Don't leave yet. We got the honorable senator coming in just a second. I'm going to introduce. But guys, we want to keep this going. We're in the last part of our session, this 8th annual boot camp. And I'm listening. Like, I have to listen. Like, I can't see any of y'all, but I'm listening to the narrative, and I've got to make a decision. I appreciate the comment about second-class citizens, tenants. And it made me like, okay, let me get this right. So 40% of Douglas County are renters. All right, that means that within homes I'm renting, not just straight apartment dwellers. 40%, closer to 43%. Allison, I think I always get that number right. 43% are already renters. People are opting to do things differently. So those people who live in the tributaries or the Palmer Falls or wherever you live, Chapel Hill, Mirror Lake, if you rent your home, it was just declared that you're a second-class citizen, a tenant. And I'm like, but you don't have to do it that way to have full rights. And I'm speaking for all-time history to be codified. Because some of us, like seniors or the disabled, don't really have a need for that. Don't have a need for a house. What am I going to look at? What am I going to do? But it didn't change my rights as an individual, and no less than to contribute to society and to feel full. That's what this really is about, the intimacy of like, okay, let's keep it real. Because I gotta I gotta represent all these voices. Think about what I gotta make a decision. Oh boy, in my last year and a half, I gotta figure this out. I gotta cast this thing for the next 15, 20 years. But I'm listening because like, okay, but I get it. I actually do get it, like, ooh. And it's a balancing act, it's not a 1 or 0. Right? It's like, okay, I gotta make a right blended decision. It's gotta be, I gotta nail this. I cannot miss this vote. It's always about, you know how important, Allison, is? It's always about the land. It's always control your land. Control how you're gonna design that. That's why I always listen to her. She is so sharp. And you gotta listen to her. You're like, all right, but then you gotta know how to apply what she's saying. But we've got, Douglas County is a beautiful county. Right, we're not the big five, we get it. We're not Clayton, Henry, Fulton, Gwinnett, Cobb. You know, we get it. We can hold our own. And it's a gym that's come of age. It's got to get out its insecurity, its inadequacy, its inferiority. All right, come on, guys, we can do this. We can shape this for the next 150 years. Let's come together and just hear each other. That's all I can do is listen. Let's hear each other and figure out how to do this, how to get through this differences. It's like, okay, but there's a blended storyline. There's a way we can get there. We can work together. So I don't want to acknowledge that. I want to keep this going because I want to allow the great Senator Donzella James to come and bring us home because, again, some of this is above me and Commissioner Aronson's weight class. That's state level. Some stuff y'all talking about, like, look, we get in trouble if we didn't show financials to y'all. You know, we strictly transparent. Keep it real. But the HOAs ain't got to tell you nothing. You can't even get, when is the vote? You know doggone well we got to show it, y'all, when we got to vote as Board of Commissioners. Here's the election. Here's the special call meeting. Here's this. It's regulated. We got to show our financials. We have to go to Savannah to get educated So I'm looking for the senator and those at the General Assembly, like, guys, why y'all let these guys get away with this? It's unregulated. And that's a problem. You got that type of power on the board of directors. We're regulated like all get up. They got the same power. I'm looking at how they're treating each other like, woo, putting liens and back and forth like, oh. Y'all ain't, I mean, you got people get on them boards and they wild, like, whoa. So one of the things we're looking for is some guidance. And I know you've been working on some bills, as Commissioner Aronson said. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and allow Senator Donzella James from the 35th District to come and speak to us. She's going to sit there. But please, let's give her a hand clap, guys. Madam, all yours, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. I am Donzella James, and I do represent the 35th Senate District, which is where we're sitting right now. All of Douglas County, except for Villa Rica, and all of South Fulton area. And I'm honored to serve with you, and I think I have a portion of 2 other commissioners' districts in South Fulton. Well, HOA is nothing new to me, the problems, but the good things about it also. Because I know that they provide a vital service for our state, and the residents, really sign a contract because they want to ensure that the property values remain high and that quality of life is good for all families who live within the community. At least that's what's written on the contract. However, occasionally we hear stories of residents getting taken advantage of by HOAs due to unexpected closing costs and those liens that's being placed upon them whenever they cannot pay their HOA fees. And you know that during the pandemic, many people could not pay the HOA fees. And then many of the seniors had already purchased their homes and they were paying only HOA fees and their property taxes. And during that time, many were ill and going into nursing homes and still trying to take care of their bill because they thought that it would be short-lived and they'd be right back. So they did not try to sell their homes. So many of those people have gotten in touch with me and asked me to do something to help them because liens were placed against their property. And they were also concerned about boarding houses, making their homes into boarding houses, and HOAs told them they couldn't do that, but then they see that other people in the communities had had boarding houses, or they used a property for Airbnb, and also for, now they're doing in the back of some of the homes, some of the people who are living in their community and nobody's saying anything to them, have container homes instead of a garage or a barn or whatever. They're putting those there, and they want to know what are the regulations. The tiny homes, they're splitting up their properties. Those tiny homes are being built, but are they part of the HOA? Why are they paying HOA and all these people are not? So it's been, I worked with our former House member, Bodie, and we've been putting legislation in for several years now. I on the Senate side, and the former Representative Bodie, Attorney Bodie, I should say, because he is an attorney and he knows all the rules and regs. We've had so many hearings at the Capitol, and do I see? That's not one of my state reps back there, is it? I can't see. I have 2 brand new knees and they're not healed yet, so that's why we're sitting down, so please excuse my seat. It's no disrespect intended. But as a result of working so many years with the Lithia Springs people who were complaining about HOAs, and they've had Representative Bodie and myself out there numerous times. And then we have 1 or 2, and I won't call anybody's name because I don't think he's in here, who have come to me about their individual problems, and with the HOA almost taking their property from them. So I want to ask, before I go to my bills, I want to ask our good friend here, Commissioner Arrington, can you tell me how much can be used for liens in order to foreclose?
$2,000. If you owe the association $2,000, they can foreclose on your lien. And guess what? You might only be $500 behind in dues, and it might be $1,500 in attorney's fees. And that might add up to the $2,000.
Thank you. That's correct. And on top of that, if they get an attorney, they have to pay attorney fees in addition to already being behind. But the HOA lawyers are supposed to be working for them too, because they have paid into it. They're a member of it. And of course, it pays the HOA fees instead. So then it paramounts. It goes so high and increases so much that they end up losing their homes. So this was unacceptable. We have been working with the lawyers and looking at some of the bills that we introduced that didn't pass, and tried to come up with something for a start. And one bill did pass, and that was what on September the 13th at 1 o'clock in the state capitol, we'll have a HOA and also rent control, because that also includes some of those people you call in second class folk or whatever, because they rent. Well, rent has, those people are buying, and many people don't even live in Georgia or in the United States. They're buying up a bunch of houses and making the rent double and triple what it has been in the past. So they're gouging is what we think, but we have to have a study committee to look at it in order to, in January, to have that HOA Bill of Rights and Act. January 13th at the state capitol downtown, the building with the gold dome, and it will be at 1 o'clock p.m. September, so in a couple of weeks. Yes. It's at 1 o'clock p.m. In room 450. In room 450. And we'll probably be the only thing in there because they renovating the building, and that's why we can't be in the Senate chambers to have this meeting. But we will be in room 450, and we're trying to get it to stream. So if you're interested and see that you can't come, then we'll try to get a number out to you. You can call my office, Senator Donzella James, at the state capitol, and you can Google me and get that number, or call me, and I do answer all my calls. So we will make sure that you get that. But the bill that we're going to first talk about is the HOA bill, and it's Senate Bill 29. And it'll provide for certificates of good standing for payment of annual assessments to require associations to offer to participate in alternative dispute resolutions. So it's going to be something that they're going to, it doesn't exist now, but certificates of good standing for payments, because many of the people during the pandemic says that they had always paid their HOA fees, but when this came up and they weren't working or they were sick, they couldn't pay it. So it got so far behind. And guess what? One lady owned $1 million house, and for only $2,500 worth of liens, they sold her house. They foreclosed on her. And who bought it? The HOA board, some of the members, and a lawyer. This is unacceptable. So this bill needs to have this, but not only will we have that certificate of good standing for the payments of your annual assessments, to require associations to offer to participate in alternative dispute resolutions, and prior to the effectuation of a lien on a lot for unpaid assessments, to provide that such a lien shall be inferior to liens for the unpaid medical bills. In other words, if you have medical bills or you have a good reason why you did not pay them, and you can get on some kind of plan to pay them the back fees, and only the fees, and not the lawyer fees and all these new fees that they're assessing. But you just make sure that you can apply for this. Now, when we told them about the bill that Commissioner Arrington told you about, that passed in the federal government, and it was part of Biden's ARPA Act, American Rescue Plan Act, for mortgages, and out of that, HOA. You know, some of that money has already gone back, millions, because they applied for it, and they said they were approved. But for some reason, the state of Georgia, well, one reason is they had so many people that were out, and so most departments didn't even have anybody working in them on a regular basis, but 1 or 2 people instead of the 50 that had been working there. And so when their application got approved, they never got the money. That's unacceptable. So our hearing that we're having on the 13th is going to have the people who worked there, to who were supposed to orchestrate this, make sure the people got their money. We're going to make sure that if it's still available, they do get it. So we are working on that as well. The Senate bill resolution that did pass, that Bodie, Representative Bodie and myself had been working to get for a long time, and that 13th of September is going to be a part of that. But we might have one more in November, because we have to have everything written up by the 15th of December on the recommendations and whether we will have a bill or not. So if any of you want to talk to me about certain issues that were not addressed here, let me know, because we can research it and see if we can also add that. Or you can tell me you want to be at the meeting and you want to get up and speak. People will only have 3 minutes. So if you want to speak, you can tell me, and we'll be happy to hear your recommendations or your complaints, because this is the time to do it. And again, we're going to have it in November, where we'll address what we, come back and address, and also tell you what Fulton County and Douglas County, whatever you want that you've already wanted us to do and we don't have already, we'll tell you what that package will be too, because we also will have a package for our Fulton delegation and our Douglas delegations, so that they would be able to push it, and not just one senator, but everybody. And also, I've already talked to, in fact, we had unanimous votes on this study committee. And I've had at least 30 of our 55 senators who have come to me, and they want to include, on this particular thing, they want to include the condominium associations, the what is it, POAs, the property, and we didn't add the what is it, mobile homes. We didn't add that, but they wanted, it was one other one that they wanted to add also. So we're going to talk about all of that. And I think we'll have another meeting too about the container homes that are being built now. There are no regulations on them. And we're going to have our fire and safety people there to talk about those as well. It looked like a good idea, and yes, it's a way to recycle, reduce, compost, whatever, to get those, I call them truck graveyards, where they have the containers that they used to use, and now people are buying them up. Well, yeah, that's a good way to not increase the landfill problems or the trash and waste problems. However, we want to save the people, the property owners, and those who have to live in those places, and make sure that they're secure. And since they don't have regulations on them now, we don't know if they are secure or not. Tiny homes, though, was a good thing, but I think that if they live in a HOA community, that they need to pay HOA fees. And right now, they haven't been made to do that if they bought on somebody else's property, you know, because a lot of people have 2-3 acres. And so now they're selling 1 acre of their land. And I don't know if the homeowners association, all of them would even want you to do that, but they have allowed them in about 15 I know of, because I have the letters at the Capitol and I have those people knowing about the September 13th meeting. Okay, let's see, is that all? Now, we had 2 other bills that we're looking at, but I won't talk about them because they died. We'd have to reintroduce them. So if you have a specific question that you want to ask me now, maybe it would address that.
Yeah, so we're going to open this up right now for the senators. So guys, take it one at a time. Make sure we get the microphone so we can get this properly codified.
You're welcome.
Thank you. My name is Anthony Robinson. I'm in Lithia Springs. And to that point about the renters in subdivisions, I think one of the issues that maybe your group or during that September meeting that probably should be brought up is...
It's the Urban Affairs Committee. Actually, it's a major committee in the House and Senate, and I'm the chairperson.
Okay. I think large corporations. So when I'm saying large corporations, companies like Blackstone, right, who they're responsible for a lot of the building that we see here in Douglas County for some of these warehouses. They're backing, I mean, if you know Blackstone, they're a $1 trillion company. But the amount of property that they own as a private, you know, as a business is substantial. So when we look at, if you look at a lot of properties, Blackstone, you know, it's owning property, right? And then they rent it. So I think something like that might be one of the things to add to that agenda or in that discussion is companies like that.
Corporations, yeah, it's already a part of it, but they're the ones that have been fighting Representative Bodie and myself in the legislation that we were trying to pass in the past. The past 3 sessions, in fact, 6 years of introducing bills, and this is the 8th year that we coming up on, 7th year now, and and next year it has to pass. But we will. Are you coming on the 13th?
I possibly can.
I'll tell you what. Anybody who cannot come, and that particular question you just asked me, to make sure that we put it on the agenda, or we ask the department that regulates all of that. They should be there. Those people will be there, and they're not going to talk until we ask them a question.
Okay.
So if you send me something in writing, Donzella, DONZELLA, DONZELLA dot James at Senate, SENATE dot GA.gov. Email me that and make sure you have your return information on it so I can get back with you. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, let me add to the senator. I want to just add just briefly to this particular point, which is I appreciate the Blackstones. They're buying pre-existing. Swap. They're allowed to. Pay attention. Good market. They invested. Bang. Got it. Got it when it was down low. Then you got new development. All right, so now it's like, who do you let in? So if I own it, as Blackstone did, I can do what I want with my property. My issue I'm trying to block, but Allison, is that those new people who build in these new communities. Allison, can you speak just briefly what we've done to sort of using the powers of moratoriums and so forth to stop certain things? But we need the General Assembly to really weigh in. I only can do so much at the local level. Marvin can only, Commissioner Arrington only can do so much at the local level. We need real state legislation to understand, okay, how do we do this, guys? Because the model is shifting. That generation, Gen Zs, the millennials, they got a different mindset than the boomers in the room and my Generation X. This thing's at an inflection point and it's already in play. And before you know it, it already swept it like jacks. All right, so what's about going forward? Allison, really help us out.
Sure, so I'll touch on 3 things that I've heard brought up during these last few minutes here. So container homes to start with. Under our code, we allow you to use a shipping container as framing material only if you can get an architect's or engineer's letter certifying that it meets the standards of the Georgia Building Code. Other than that, you still have to finish your structure off to comply with Article 3, Section 307 of our code, which mandates roof pitch, siding materials, landings, and things like that. So in terms of somebody just putting shipping containers on properties and allowing folks to live in that, I don't know of anybody who has done that lawfully in Douglas County, and if we get complaints about those, we investigate them pretty swiftly because that is not allowed under our Unified Development Code or our Building Code. The second thing that I've kind of heard touched on here is accessory dwellings, and y'all raised a couple of good points on accessory dwellings. I've made some notes to myself to go back and take a look at our code. But we do allow accessory dwellings by right only if you have a minimum of an acre and if you have at least enough acreage to meet twice the base density. Okay, so I know that kind of got in the weeds there for a minute, but essentially we're trying to keep those as density neutral, right, throughout the county. So you can't necessarily, like I know has happened in some other jurisdictions, come in on a tiny lot where you don't meet twice the base density, you don't have sewer, so it has to go on a septic tank, and just put an accessory dwelling either internal to your house or on the outside of your property. So we do have regulations to manage that, and I can speak more to that if there's any questions about that afterwards. And then the third thing I heard was about the straight-to-rent communities. We have a handful. We haven't had the issues that we've seen in some other metro jurisdictions, so we're keeping a very close eye on what that looks like for Douglas County. But what I've started to see, and this is just anecdotal, what I've started to see happening in my office is more developers coming in saying, hey, we're not straight to rent, right? We are basically, we believe in home ownership. We understand that that still is the principal path to wealth building for our communities. And so I think that they've started to see that there is a pushback against straight to rent, and they very specifically are telling us we're not straight to rent. I've also heard some folks who keep a closer watch on kind of market conditions than maybe we do at the government level, and they said we think that's a trend that's starting to peter out for a number of issues. But what we have made sure in Douglas County is that those lots, if they're single-family detached homes, they have to be platted, right? So you can't necessarily come in and condominiumize a single-family detached neighborhood, so that at what time the market conditions do change, and we all know market conditions are going to change, those homes can come back into the economy as single-family detached homes for fee simple sales. So those are 3 things that I hope that kind of answers your question, Commissioner, and I'd be happy to talk more about some of those specific things after the meeting with anyone.
Thank you for that, Allison. All right, guys, any more questions? We got about 15, 20 more minutes. We're fine. The senator is still here. Any questions? Hold on.
Do you represent, I know you represent part of the Douglas County, but do you represent the city of Douglasville?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I represent all of Douglas County except for Villa Rica. And what is that? What's the name of that precinct? Up there near Highway 5 that borders it. Where? Anyway, all except way up on the corner going toward Foxhall Retreat. I do have Foxhall Retreat, you know, in there too, but it's a certain portion that does not vote. However, I'm probably the only African American and female that has a chairmanship. So my chairmanship is a official chairmanship. It's urban affairs. So I represent the whole state of Georgia when it comes to any issues on urban affairs. So, I say I claim everybody. Okay? Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does, yes.
Any other questions?
Anybody else? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Microphone.
So I'm right over Thornton Road. You mentioned Lithia Springs and that whole.
I have all of that, yeah.
So-
I've been your representative for a long,
You
long
have,
time.
you have. So when you look at that area though, right? I moved here from New York and it's been probably 18 years now. And where I built my home is literally right there where you was talking about before. We're the subdivision right by Sweetwater.
Yes.
But when you look at that corridor, right, of Thornton Road and what it's become now, one, I've talked to Commissioner about it, but when you look at it, are there any studies or anything for that specific area? And I'll give you an example. If you try to leave and go through maybe that whole, like 2 miles, right, of that area on
Yes.
Thornton Road from the hours of like 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock, but then also at about 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock, the traffic is like you're in Atlanta, on Thornton Road, right? And I think it's simple things that haven't been looked at by the transportation group or department or whatever, where, I come from New York, right? So things like rolling lights, right, to keep traffic moving and keep traffic down. Those things aren't there. And if they are there, they're not being used or function, properly.
Can you get your HOA to write me a letter to say that you want to have a hearing on that? It doesn't have to be at the Capitol. We can come to you,
Yep.
and I will bring GDOT, the Department of Transportation. We've already discussed Thornton Road. The one reason I'm walking on this walker is a few months ago on Thornton Road, a car sideswiped us. We turned around and then flipped over the median from a truck hitting me. And my knees had just been I have 2 new knees, and they were well. I was walking without all of this. They were healed, and it was 3 months at that particular point. But then it rescinded and got even worse than ever because of a wreck on Thornton Road right at that area where you're talking about. So I know how to, you don't have to tell me about traffic. I know. Plus, I frequent that way because I live in that end of South Fulton, but my son lives in Douglas County, so I'm back and forth helping with the kids every day almost.
All right.
Let me add to that. So, Thornton Road, obviously, so I'll take my county hat off and be District 2. Yes, the most, you've got the railroad to the north, you've got Atlanta Airport, Hartsfield to the south, right? We got a train cuts through, right? You got I-20. Thornton is the most trafficked street in Douglas County. Then Fairburn, it's about 75,000. Then Fairburn is around 45. Lee Road is about 25,000 cars per day. Know the data. And they recognize now that's Highway 6 Thornton Road. That is a state highway. I get it. That's why we created Rock House. Was supposed to be parallel to take the residential away. But remember, it was already dealt in. There's 2.5 million square feet of logistics in that area that he's talking about, and 8.5 on the books. And we're trying to separate the two. Yes, traffic calming, smoothing. We put the giant signs up there, thank you, state. Here it comes. We're trying to line up. But unlike New York or Cleveland or the northern cities, we just let it grow. It wasn't manicured when nothing about our transportation system, nothing about our transit system. We're trying to retrofit something that was like, okay, the population already moved in here. We don't really think through this. The density is already here. I get it. And we're doing the things we can to try to redirect traffic. That master plan for that area, the county's already done that back in 2017. Rock House is the results of that. We took that philosophy, that master plan, and rolled it over to Lee Road. So we're growing, we're learning from our experiences. That's what I keep saying, District 4 out in the west, do better than what we did, because we're like this. Now, I do appreciate the state has given Thornton Road $34 million to put truck-friendly lanes. Yes. from I-20 all the way up Veterans, right? We're working on it. It's a process. It costs money, thank you. I appreciate that. You know, but we're working on truck-friendly to separate cars from it. But to your point, New York, I get you. You got a substrata that's on point. It may be old. People may not understand New York. Have y'all ever looked at the design of those guys up there? It's masterful. And this thing is old. And they're still, you know, burrowing. I get it. That's why sometimes you got to get outside of them. I mean, I'm out in Austin recently, and they looking at auto cars. I'm like, oh my God. My aide was saying there's a car going by, but there's nobody driving it. Look, we got to advance and come out of this place, guys. Get ahead of this. But to your point, we should be able to talk about that a little bit more offline. We recognize the traffic. We're doing everything we can to sort of relieve it, but it's in play. You got that commercial. They already got their property rights. Right, we got 8 data centers, 8 hotels. Right, that density is already there, but I'm trying to balance this thing like, oh, this is tight. They got to coexist, industrial, light industrial, and residential. And you guys got these beautiful homes and these communities and these young kids. They're all blending right. They're like, okay, don't mess up out west when y'all go. Think about this. All right, we got to keep going, guys. So
and you've been doing a great job,
yeah.
And especially on Lee Road too.
Yes.
That's part of the Springs. That's been really a lot of progression because you have a commissioner who makes sure that he stays on top of it.
No, and the point you made was early, and I'm going to come back. When you talk about, again, infrastructure, right? And Senator, now this is where you go get the real help. That infrastructure we need, I mean, we only got a nickel. Now, I could put 5 on it, but we need the state and federal. We can't get done. I can't keep taxing y'all. Penny tax, SPLOS, T-SPLOS. All right, you need to leverage your capital stack, right? So y'all gave us another SPLOS. Like, okay, let's go leverage it to the state. Let's go to the feds, guys. Pay attention. Just don't consume it individually. You got to leverage your capital stack. Know where you're going with this. But to your point, right, people say we like it rural. I'm trying to balance this bedroom community of Douglas. Like, okay, it'll never and should not become the Atlanta density that's over there. But you got to blend it. How do the two worlds coexist? Like, all right, now, people, they say, Commissioner Robinson, my citizen says, Commissioner Robinson, okay, you know, I like a little slow out here. But can we get some street lights? Can we get some sidewalks? See, we don't have sidewalks out here primarily. We do it for our code going forward because of legislation. We advance this. No, you shall do this. But half the county's already here in the streets. You got deaths because people are getting the cars, and there's no buffer between the cars and the woods. So we're trying to retrofit a county that's like, it wasn't designed right. I mean, it grew. It wasn't right. It wasn't about right or wrong. It grew naturally. But now we're trying to manicure it intentionally going forward. So that's what I'm trying to get at in these type of forums. They're like, guys, we hear you. Talk to us. I'm here to advocate for you. We got your back and stuff. And you can see our efforts. You can see everything y'all talking about. Allison is paying attention. I'm like, all right, what we're going to do this fall with this legislation at the local level. We're listening to y'all. We'll take it forward. There's no resistance. You just got to talk to us. So, all right, come on, guys. We got about 15 more minutes.
I just wanted to briefly,
go ahead, Senator.
briefly say,
yes, sir.
You know, we want to certainly, again, invite you all to help come to the study committee that Senator James is talking about. I will certainly be there. I was at the last one, at least on Zoom I was, and was able to contribute. It's important that the legislators hear from you, right? Unfortunately, government is reactive, right? Government reacts to the concerns of constituents. And so one of the things that I'm gonna submit, there are a lot of different things going on, because you heard me say earlier, we started in South Fulton with our HOA Bootcamp, and it expanded to DeKalb and Cobb and Clayton and Henry and Fayette and Douglas and DeKalb. But guess what? Not only is the same stuff going on all around the state, it's going on all around the country. It's going on in Florida and Arizona and California, South Carolina, and all over, right? And if you live in Hilton Head, if you own a home in Hilton Head, then Airbnb is probably your best friend. But if you're over here in the city of Douglasville, you might not like it quite as much, right? And so it depends on where you are. And as Commissioner Robinson was saying, it's a balancing act, right? We're balancing individual rights versus group rights. The individual's right to own and control his home and property versus the group rights when you live in a community with other individuals. And so it is absolutely a balancing act. And my grandmother's gonna get on you for calling renters second-class citizens. To that they are, right? Okay, all right. I like that better. I like that better because I mean we're all residents, right? At the end of the day, we're all people. We all have more in common than we do apart. And so whether you're an owner resident or a renter resident, you're still a resident of that community. And you are, to the point that I guess I didn't get earlier, they should not be treated like second-class citizens. They should be treated equally because they live there just like anyone else. But this is a fight here in the state of Georgia, and we're going to stand, Commissioner Robinson and I are going to stand with Senator James to fight. We're fighting on behalf of Georgia homeowners. We just want to help Georgia homeowners. And I can't imagine that anyone would not want to help Georgia homeowners. But it's also a bigger fight. The same fight is going on all around the U.S., wherever there are these community associations. And again, it goes back to balancing because it's really power, right? You have people, there's no training. Why can't there be training if you want to be on a board? If you want to serve on the HOA board, shouldn't you have to go through some training? Shouldn't you have to, you know? I mean, we as commissioners, we have to get training. City council members have to get training. Well, that's true, but again, at least if you once you get on there, there should be some requirement. Great thing, United Way has a program called VIP, Volunteer Involvement Program. It's like a 13-week course that trains you to serve on a nonprofit board. It's an absolutely spectacular course. If you see it or hear about it, take it. If you're on a board or you're in an HOA, tell your board members, recommend it to them. It is an absolutely phenomenal program. It's run by a lady named Janice Robinson, and it just, again, trains you to serve on a nonprofit board. And then once you have that basic nonprofit board training, you can then apply that to your HOA.
All right, guys, we got about 7 minutes left in our broadcast. We can stay afterwards inside here, guys. But any more questions for the record for the senator before we close out the broadcast?
You can ask it of somebody else. That's you.
Are we going to have anything towards the fees for getting statements from homeowners associations?
The fees for,
I know that we passed legislation, but then it was vetoed by the governor. Is it going to be
he said it's an unfunded mandate, and he was going to place that on them. But you know somebody's going to reintroduce it. We do have, and if you come to the meeting, you can talk to, we have an affordable housing committee also, but they're going to be there. And the lawyers, we have the same lawyers for both of us that work in the Capitol. So you can even make an appointment on phone or come in person to talk to them about questions like that. But no, he vetoed it. And it did pass in the House and the Senate. And the governor said no.
Yeah, I have a question for, I think, Allison. Okay. The question is regarding parking on the streets. Now, they're public streets, but there seems to be an increase in the number of cars parking on the street in both directions and against oncoming traffic. And if I read the law correctly, it's illegal to park against oncoming traffic, if I'm correct on that. The other thing is we have a lot of hills in our subdivision, so we have cars parking on both sides of the hill at the same time, and it's really becoming a problem, and any advice you could give, I'd really appreciate.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I would reach out to Russell Tizone. You know, he gave his contact information, and I can share it with you afterwards. That is something that his officers stay on top of. You know, there are limitations in terms of how long you can park a vehicle on county public right-of-way, So I would say if y'all are having those issues, reach out to Russell Tizone and have him address those. If he were here, I think he would probably tell you also that sometimes HOAs have in their covenants that they're going to go tow a car that is on the public right-of-way. I'm going to encourage you to speak with Russell before you take that action, because again, that's the county's right-of-way, right? So we have authority over the right-of-way. I don't know, and if Commissioner Arrington wants to correct me, I don't know that the HOA has jurisdiction over the county right-of-way, so we encourage y'all to turn that over to the Board of Commissioners unless
The county, she's absolutely right, unless it's a gated community and the streets are within, the association has taken over those streets within.
All right.
So that's correct. If it's a private road, then that's correct. But if it is anything that's county right-of-way, I would talk to Russell and his team. They can loop in the sheriff's department as necessary, and they can address that.
All right. Hold on, before you leave, Allison, we'll get one more. Address the question about what we've done locally regarding visibility of financials and stuff like that. The Board
In
of
regard to
Commissioners.
HOAs?
Yeah.
Right, so we do have a new provision under our Article 5 of our code that for new HOAs that come on board, so we take a closer look at what their covenants are requiring, and we have some specific language in their covenants about notice to property owners, about transparency of meetings, transparency of financials. So the county is working to make that information more available to the community. And then, as we had discussed earlier, we've also been kind of taking a closer look at which neighborhoods have active HOAs. And so that's where I'd indicated we've identified about 185 neighborhoods where I have a point of contact for an HOA. That work is ongoing. Some of the notes that I've made today is what would be good information to publish out to the community. Because again, most everything that I do is public record, right? So if we have access to this information, we're going to continue to work with the Board of Commissioners to make sure that we're sharing it, publicly with the community so that they can have a better sense of what is going on at the neighborhood level.
Thank you for that. We got one more question. To that point, go ahead.
This question is for you, Mr. Arrington. Can you elaborate on the statute of limitation that an HOA can collect on unpaid dues?
So I cannot recall the code section, or maybe I can look it up right quick. The short answer is 4 years on an open account. Suits on an open account, I could probably look it up right quick, but you have 4 years for an open account. Means you got your bill due every month, right? Your bill's due every month, so it's an open account. The association has 4 years in which to bring a suit. Now, if they bring that suit, it goes back 4 years from there. And then if they get a judgment, then they have that, right? And you get a judgment on those 4 years. But so if your association is trying to sue you because you didn't pay for the last 10 years, you only owe for 4 of those years, and you should be able to try to resolve that matter by paying those 4 years.
One more question, Mr. Arlington. What about when your HOA places an illegal lien on your property without going to court to get a judgment on that?
So you have to check your bylaws. The answer to every question is it depends on what your Declaration of Protective Covenants and bylaws say.
Well, ours say that they have to get a judgment, go to court and get a judgment on it, but I've seen where they have illegally placed liens on other people's property, thinking that the HOA is a part of the POA, which is not a part of the POA, like you have mentioned in your previous statement that you have made to us, but they have done so without even physically going to court or even physically not notifying these homeowners that they are
So yeah, you want to be careful of that, because you put a lien on someone's house, that could be slander on title, and you and as a board member and or the association could be liable for that, particularly if you don't follow the process that's outlined in your Declaration of Protective Covenants and or your bylaws. So you want to be careful of that. Again, you're could possibly infringing on someone's property rights, right? And think about whether you would want someone infringing upon your property rights. And again, as Commissioner Robinson said, this is about balance, right? That's why it's so important that you have the right people in place. You don't have the right people in place, you have someone that wants to stay in office and they're gonna attempt a coup on January 6th in order to stay in office, right? If you don't have the right, if you have the right people in office, they're gonna gracefully bow out and transition properly, right? And so balancing is so important, as Commissioner Robinson stated.
All right, thank you for that. All right, I'm going to close us on out, guys. I think I'm lined up perfectly. I got
Can
this.
I just let
Yes,
say
please,
one
come on.
thing?
Yeah.
You can also come to my town hall meetings. I have 4 a year at the Public Safety Building on, what's that, by the QT, Fairburn Road. That's the state road where we meet there in January, April, September, and right before the session in December. So we have them, that's for Douglas County. Then, of course, I have others. You could come to that too. That's over in Fulton County. And it's in the Enon Library is where I usually have that, or the Welcome All Park. So you can go on my website and see when all of that is happening, or you can call my office at any time. So thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
OCGA 9325, open accounts is the lawsuit. OCGA Title 9, Section, Chapter 3, Section 25. OCGA 9325.
All right. Guys, I got to close out at least the live broadcast part. We'll stay here in a minute. Douglas County, I want to thank you guys for tuning in to us. I know it's Saturday morning, it's Saturday afternoon by now, and hopefully this information was very valuable to you. We had, obviously Allison Duncan from our planning and zoning. We had Russell Tassan from our code enforcement. We had Captain Jewell from the sheriff's office. Obviously, we had my colleague, the Honorable Marvin Arrington from Fulton County. We had the Senator Donzella James here. And so we've got some good information. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, David. But this is always about you. It's a platform, right? This is very intimate. Let's talk about things that matter, right? How do we deal with conflict? At the end of the day, we're humans. All of this, what I heard was conflict, right? Now, no, you shouldn't have to file a lawsuit. I'm working on legislation. I went to our chief judge and said, Chief, Judge McClain, Judge, why we got to do it this way? Why do they have to sue each other? Well, Commissioner, that's just a decree. And then make everybody go to mediation and y'all solve that before y'all start filing. That's what I'm working on. I get stuff done, right? Keep it moving. So I think we have a path forward if we want to work with each other, want to hear each other. It is about power. It is about resources. But it's like, okay, pull up. Don't move on each other like that. So again, thank you, Douglas County, for tuning in. Again, we believe this is a very valuable platform to continue to educate. I want to thank my colleagues for being here and stuff. And so I'll be in touch with you real soon at my State of the District at the end of the year. With nothing else being said, for this moment, for the live broadcast, thank you, and I give your afternoon back to you. Goodbye.